From the very beginning, there have been black-winged and white-winged beasts in the Manhwa world. They fought for 1,000 days and nights, so the world plunged into endless chaos. However, quite suddenly, a divine being appeared in female form, who with her power united the two animals, building the kingdom of Logos. After this, the goddess began to rule over people, and the animals around her helped her with the prosperity of the kingdom. And soon these two animals magically turned into people. The two men became the first nobles to be called guardians of the Logos. One of them was the white-winged Santella, and the other was the black-winged Ruav. This is how the kingdom was protected by two families who owned the magic inherited from their ancestors. The rest of the nobles, divided into white and black factions under the two families, were in charge. But among the guardians of the sacred Logos, one was born whose power became either his blessing or his curse. People nicknamed him Demon Duke, and he is the main character in the Manhwa world. The Duke, having chosen a beautiful, clear day for the trip, wanted to calmly ride the carriage to the place he needed, but the coachman had to stop because a fair-haired girl rushed under the carriage, who incessantly called the Duke of Ruava and asked him to come to her just for a second. While the coachman outside displeasedly told the girl that she was crazy to throw herself under the moving carriage, the lady continued to beg the Duke to come out to her just once. The Duke of Ruav and his subordinate sat silently in the carriage, who wondered what he had done with the crazy lady. Suddenly, Duke Ruav, shaking his head a little, replied that he had already been silent for a long time, so in his opinion, it was better for him to meet with her and get it over with as quickly as possible. Looking at the subordinate with his red eyes, the aristocrat asked him to stop the carriage. The Duke has the name Kahel, and he is the current Duke of the Ruav family and the head of the Black faction. The subordinate immediately began to carry out the order, while at this time the Duke of Kahel looked with contempt at the fair-haired girl, who was still able to achieve her goal. Allowing the girl to talk to him from the carriage, the Duke listened to the lady's words that she was incredibly pleased to meet him. Mademoiselle also admitted that her soul could not find peace for a long time, because, in her opinion, the Duke deliberately did this to her during a certain congratulatory ceremony for the new year. Kahel looked at the girl a little surprised, asking if this was all she wanted to say. However, the lover continued to say that this is love and it cannot be otherwise. Maddened by her feelings and piercing the Duke with her gaze, the girl admitted that she loved Kahel, and loved him so much that she could not describe it in words. But Kahel reacted calmly to this, answering that he would ignore her words and advise her to go to the temple and buy herself a purification potion. These words did not stop the girl in love. She shocked Duke Ruavu and threatened that in this case she would commit suicide, and she had absolutely no time for jokes now. The girl told Kahel to come to the Temple of Urn tonight, where they, like a real couple in love, would immediately swear eternal love in front of the statue of the goddess. Having said this and grabbing the white and gold dagger in her hands, the girl angrily told the Duke that if he was not there, tomorrow morning her corpse would be found in the same temple. However, even to such words, Duke Kahel reacted calmly, surprised that she allowed herself to blackmail a man with whom she was unrequitedly in love. Kahel told her that if that was all, then he would go. Immediately after these words, the carriage moved and drove off, leaving the lover with nothing. The girl asked the Duke to stop, but he did not listen to the madwoman. While the fair-haired lady looked at the leaving carriage, the subordinate, who was sitting next to the Duke and heard everything, asked Kahel if he was okay. Kahel replied that it could not be otherwise, because this was not the first time this had happened. While in the carriage, Duke Kahel began to remember his difficult childhood. He remembers how everyone tried to get his attention by falling in love with him and pawing his body. The boy didn't like it and didn't know what to do with such magic that he couldn't control. People in love with him continued to ask the Duke to look at them, hug them, or just touch them. But the main character did not even think about doing all this. He was overly frightened by this behavior of others, even when he grew up a lot. When the Duke of Ruav became old enough, and a certain magic pendant appeared on his neck, all the people who climbed to him before called him a real demon who seduces the whole people with his magic. Remembering all this, the tired Duke bowed his head down and sighed wearily, realizing that from the very beginning a simple life was not prepared for him. Replaying bad memories in his head, Duke Cahill thought that all those who succumbed to his magic were not different at all, and for him, it was fortunate that for today, it was over. But the aristocrat understands that he is completely tired of all this, and he even thinks that it would be nice if he at least had some new business. After an unusual carriage ride, the Duke arrived at his domain, busy signing various papers. Even while immersing himself in work, he could not stop thinking that all his days were going by like a carbon copy. At this moment, his white-haired subject appeared in front of the aristocrat with papers, and the Duke of Ruav asked him if there was any interesting news. The servant replied that he had something fresh. The servant began to tell the main character that recently there had been rumors about Viscount Deloigne. The Duke asked if he had again allowed himself to touch a young lady from a noble family, and the servant replied that this was so, and this time he tried to defile a lady from the White faction, and because of this he was expelled from the capital. After listening to all this, Cahill admitted that they were saying that it was all his fault. The servant sadly replied that there was no place where they would not dare to blame the Duke for everything. The Duke of Ruav replied that he hoped that he would behave quietly in Kerouac, but that he could not be left unattended. The Cahill Palace was located in this city. While the Duke was talking about important matters, the sun was shining in Kerouac and the birds were singing, and a brown-haired woman came out of the forest thicket, humming melodies and carrying a basin with what she managed to take with her. The brown-haired woman came to an unknown place, where another ordinary villager was sitting on the hay. Approaching him, the brown-haired girl greeted him politely, which suggests that they are not brother and sister to each other. Hiding something behind her back, the brown-haired woman with a smile asked her brother Sid to guess what she had brought with her. This joyful girl's name is Rena, and she is a resident of Kerouac, and at the same time, a maid of the Fidelia family. The girl showed her stepbrother a red, beautiful apple, to which brother Sid asked where she got the apple from. Rena replied that one noble gentleman from the capital spent quite a lot of money at the market, so this uncle from the fruit shop was in a good mood and gave her the rest. While Sid heard his half-sister and ate an apple, Rena also said that thanks to him, she was able to sell all the herbs she had. The brown-haired girl admitted with a smile that she really wants all days to be as good as this one, and for this, she is ready to listen to swearing from young Mrs. Elliot all day long. Brother Sid only looked with sadness at the joyful Rena, silently understanding that even in the worst life, her sister was trying to be happy and smiling. Deciding to support the girl and not create an awkward moment with his silence, Sid patted his sister on the head, telling her thanks for the fact that thanks to her, he was able to taste a delicious apple. Rena just laughed and smiled at this. Biting an apple, Sid asked his sister why a noble gentleman from the capital would come to such a backwater like their Kerouac and spend money. Rena replied that she did not know the answer to this question, suggesting that the gentleman had simply come to take a break from the city routine. Also munching on a red apple, Rena wanted to continue talking to her stepsister, but at this moment someone suddenly called her, causing her to turn around. Realizing that they were diligently searching for her, Rena became confused, telling Sid that it seemed like she was lost and would definitely return to her later. At this time, an unknown voice continued to call Rena, asking her where she had gone. Finally, the girl went to the main hall to appear before the aristocrats, not yet understanding why they needed her right now at such a late time. Rena opened the door to the room, about to enter. Opening the door of the hall, Rena asked the owner if he had called her recently. The man replied that it was so and asked her to enter his luxurious apartment. Rena immediately noticed next to the owner his fair-haired daughter, who, holding a fan in her hands, looked at the simple maid with a grin. She clearly has some kind of plan in her head. And next to Mrs. Elliot on the sofa sat her father, a noble gentleman. Rena is only interested in one thing. What is the reason that she was called here, to all the aristocrats? Ms. Elliot's mother was also in the audience. She looked at Rena with dissatisfaction, starting to talk about the fact that she was already 18 years old. Rena still doesn't understand anything the aristocrats want to tell her. To this, Rena replied that this was true, and she was very grateful to them for the mercy they showed her throughout her life. Hearing the pleasant words, the lady waved her blue fan, smilingly asking if she had heard some rumors. Rena honestly answered that she did not know any rumors. To this, The lady said that she was talking about rumors about a young master who had arrived in their province, and it didn't matter that she knew nothing about him, because she would soon become close to him. The brown-haired girl once again asked the aristocrat about the last words, to which the lady replied that this gentleman would soon get married and she would be his bride. Hearing this, Rena felt goosebumps run through her body, and she asked the mistress about such a shocking decision. Defenseless Rena was already trembling with fear, while the young daughter of the lady asked her mother whether it was too kind to give such mercy to a commoner on their part, to which the aristocrat replied that the nobility had always helped ordinary people, and that means they would help this time. Rena whispered in shock that she was just a servant, and she shouldn't marry such a noble man. Hearing the servant's words, the blonde young aristocrat laughed and rejoiced, saying that Rena knew her place after all. The young girl with a red fan in her hands replied that she should not worry, because they would accept her into their family. She can consider it an honor because Rena is an illegitimate child who was accepted into a real family. The gentleman of the family decided to intervene in the conversation, hesitantly telling his wife that the Viscount wanted to marry the daughter of Baron Fidelia's family, and what they should do if they were discovered. The gentleman admitted that he was not sure that she could be his child. However, the lady struck the chair menacingly, screaming that everyone would definitely believe it. Because of such a character, the gentleman fell silent in an instant, not daring to say a word. At that moment, the evil lady remembered a simpleton who died years ago. She had blonde, long hair and a sweet face, along with a pleasant character. The aristocrat said that it was after the death of that servant that this girl, that is, Rena, was brought to their house. Rena still doesn't understand her mistress's words. The noble woman continued to say that it was good for them that the dead girl was a foreigner, and they would have problems if she turned out to be from the province. According to the lady, this would be a stigma for the whole family. The gentleman remained silent, listening carefully to his wife. At this point, the Baron raised his hand, fearfully exclaiming that he did not think the Viscount would carefully study their family tree, so they would do as they had said earlier. The lady of the family, who was sitting nearby, replied that this was the right decision. The evil aristocrat declared that in this case, their contract with Viscount de Loin was concluded. And when Rena was stunned by what was happening, the lady said that with the help of this union, their family would take a stable place in the capital's nobility. These words made Rena even more surprised, realizing that she had fallen into the trap of forced marriage. She could only accept it, because she cannot criticize the actions and decisions of real aristocrats. After this, the aristocrats told the girl that she could go. As Rena sadly left the hall, behind her stood the embittered Mrs. Elliot, who followed the maid with her gaze, expressing her contempt for her. Waving her red fan, the girl admitted that she was glad that she had Rena, because how dare such an old man propose marriage to her when he was already over 50? In addition, the aristocrat Elliot admitted that she had heard that he could not have children. The girl jumped into the arms of her mother, saying that she could not even imagine that she would have to share a bed with such a pervert as Viscount de Loin. Mrs. Fidelia told her daughter not to worry about it anymore, because they have Rena. At this time, Rena was also hugging her only family member, her half-brother Sid, sobbing and telling him what she was going through. Sid supported the girl with warm hugs and true sympathy. While Rena was grieving over her fate, news reached the Viscount that they wanted to expel him from the capital. At such news, the man slammed his hand on the table, saying that this was some kind of nonsense, since they were telling him to really leave the capital. Clutching the paper with the decree in his hands, Viscount de Loin angrily wondered how the Duke of Rouave could do this to him, and whether he decided to expel him from the capital for the reason that he could not stand up for him. The subordinate who brought the decree for his expulsion to the Viscount fearfully said that he should not have touched the young lady from the white faction, but de Loin only pointed his finger at him, shouting that it was not his fault and he should shut up. The Viscount, imagining the Duke's seducer in his mind, wondered how some shaman, who befuddled women and men with his magic, could humiliate him like that. Trembling with incredible anger, Viscount de Loin said that there was simply no limit to the impudence of the demon of the Rouve family. The old man is seriously angry with the Duke and is planning to do something about it. The evil Viscount stood up, saying to himself that nothing could be done, and since this happened, he would wait for another chance. He also said that now it is possible to prepare the plan that a certain Viscount Horace spoke about. The Viscount was upset, saying that he would have to stay here in the village, and it would be more difficult to meet girls here. The aristocrat decided to ask the servant who owns these lands. The subordinate obediently said that these lands belonged to Baron Fidelia, and he had a daughter. Hearing this, Deloin licked his lips, realizing that they had a young daughter who was still to his liking. Deloin admitted that his stay in these lands, it turns out, will not be as boring as he thought. While Deloin was already planning something, in the luxurious palace, the Duke of Rouave was already talking with his subordinate that the Viscount was acting as they expected. The main character of the Manhwa said that Deloin decided not to lie low, but decided to become related to the Fidelia family. Cahill admitted that he was ashamed that such a person belonged to the Black faction. After this, Duke Cahill asked his subordinate if there was any news from Ruwahala. The servant, who is Count Gerard Ranthile, an aristocrat of the Black faction, said that there was no such news, but he could tell something. Count Gerard asked the Duke if he had not met the Marquise of Ruhavala at a recent reception, and if it was not too early for him to send word after that. But Cahill remained silent, grinning to the side. Realizing what the Duke wanted to hide from him, Count Gerard asked the aristocrat in shock if he really wanted to release his demonic power outward, but Duke Cahill did not answer anything, even despite his interlocutor. He looked away, folding his hands in front of him. Having decided to ease the awkward moment, the cunning Duke Cahill, raising his hand out of embarrassment, admitted that he only wanted to release his magical power a little. While Count Gerard told His Majesty in amazement that this was not a magical power, but a curse that he had wanted to get rid of for a long time, Cahill was reading the documents on his desk with a smile, humming his melody. Finally, Gerard asked why he wanted to use it, but the Duke did not answer his servant's question, asking him again if he also considered him a shaman. Confused, Gerard wanted to answer, but he was not very good at it due to awkwardness. The calm Duke replied that because of his curse, he was forced to live in fear, so why shouldn't he now use his power when he needs it so much? Convincing his servant Gerard, the smiling Cahill handed him the letter, which he had examined earlier with the same smile on his face. Looking at the surprised Count of the Dark faction, the Duke decided to completely embarrass him with one short question. Curious, Cahill asked if Gerard was afraid that he would seduce him too. Gerard wanted to say something, but at exactly that moment Cahill interrupted him again, telling him to calm down, because he himself did not want to see him exhausted, intoxicated by the smell, and, opening the drawer of his desk, the Duke said that everything would be fine until he put the potassium away in front of him. Duke Cahill took a potion from his desk drawer that glowed with a bright green light. The Duke said that he would carry a purification potion with him just in case. Understanding the whole situation and his master's plan, Gerard lowered his head and with a sad look said that he understood Cahill. After this, the cunning Duke of Rouave asked his subordinate if he remembered that fateful day when he seemed to be 10 years old. The Duke also added that, according to his recollections, it was a New Year's banquet, and Cahill talks about the day he first used his damn magic. That day, Cahill clearly remembers how a man named Ardo stood in front of him, whom he asked with excitement if he really needed to go alone, and what would happen if something happened. However, Ardo replied that, according to the Duke, he had gone to the banquet hall and for now the knights would protect him. At the same time, while Ardo was putting the cloak from the temple on Cahill, the sad boy was thinking that this banquet really is the place where all the nobles gather. Remembering that all the aristocrats at this festival arrived in beautiful carriages with well-groomed horses, the main character understands that the noble people who came to the festival are the pillars of the noble logos. Cahill understands that these are not easy to know, but loyal people who are ready to protect their queen, so they will not easily succumb to his enchanting magic. With such thoughts, the little boy, straightening his dark cape, decided to go to the people, planning to use his dark power, while there were many aristocrats around him, not paying attention to him. Walking closer to the people, little Cahill decided to take off his hood, silently hoping that nothing bad would happen because of him. He began to observe the reactions of people around him as soon as he showed everyone his face. But as soon as the boy took off his dark hood, he immediately heard one compliment addressed to him, which was given to him by a man who was already fascinated by his magic. This scared Kahel incredibly. Turning around, the frightened boy noticed that the people around were looking only at him and were coming closer to him under the influence of his own seductive power. This makes him more and more wary. This caused Kahel, being unprepared, to tremble in fear, while the aristocrats around him were already approaching him, preventing him from escaping. The boy does not want such increased attention from people. While people around were fighting for the boy's attention, asking him to hug them, kiss them, or just look, Kahel only looked at them in fear and helplessness, not understanding what he should do. The boy was filled with real fear as new questions continued to arise in his mind. He doesn't understand why reserved and decent aristocrats suddenly behave this way, and it makes him scared. The noble people continued to surround the poor boy, shouting that he belonged to them and no one else. But at that moment, a man approached them, who as he walked shouted to everyone to move away from Kahel. The hand of the man who dared to save the unfortunate boy from the increased attention of people reached closer to him, hoping to grab him. The man shouted the boy's name in alarm. A man looked out from the crowd, whose clothes and face looked very similar to Kahel. He looked at the boy, calling out his name over and over again. Kahel immediately noticed a man from the crowd who was not affected by his magic. The boy looked at him, while at that moment he was touched by an unknown aristocrat who admired him. This man turned out to be none other than Kahel's father himself, whose name is Damien Ruav. The father looked anxiously at his son, worried about his condition. Kahel's father came closer to the boy, leaning towards him and saying that everything was fine now and he was doing well. Kahel could hardly hold back his tears, looking at his father. After that, Damien put an unusual blue pendant on his son, which glowed with magical light. Having done this, Kahel's father said that now he can definitely relax. Immediately after the dad put an unusual magical pendant on his son, absolutely all the people around seemed to come out of hypnosis, wondering what had just happened. Aristocrats, women and men, looked at each other in surprise, asking what they had just been doing and what it was now. So far they do not understand that they easily succumbed to the seductive magic of Kahel. The little boy, noticing that all the noble people had finally come to their senses, wanted to say a big thank you to his dad for helping him out. But he didn't finish his words because one person from the crowd called the main character a demon. The boy immediately noticed this, looking at other people in surprise and fear. The entire aristocracy already called him evil spirits who befuddled the nobility. People shouted in shock that it was terrifying. Absolutely all the aristocrats angrily pointed their fingers at Kahel, shouting that he dared to desecrate the place where His Majesty the Queen was present. People asked her to punish this demon or kick him out of the holiday. There was indeed a queen at the festival who, with folded hands, silently watched the whole difficult situation, while the nobles continued to pray to her to send the devil, that is, Kahel, into exile. The adults continued to argue over the punishment for Kahel until the boy himself seemed to have come to terms with the fact that people did not like him. He continued to look at everyone indifferently, watching the evil aristocrats. The boy carefully remembered people's words that he was a real demon and a shaman, but at the same time, indifference, humility, and calm were visible on his face. The boy's father touched him on the shoulder, calling him by name. With his hand on his son's shoulder, Damien Ruav simply said they had better go home. At that moment, it seemed to Kahel that there was darkness and emptiness around him. Then everyone decided that a demon was born in the Ruav family. After this, all the nobles were ashamed of succumbing to demonic power, so they filed a petition to attract Kahan and Damien. However, the queen only ordered Kahel to wear Kalia to hide his demonic nature. Because of this incident, the reputation of the Kahel family plummeted, and in addition, over time, the demonic power only became stronger. The Duke understands this, sadly looking out the window from his palace. Moreover, it was now difficult for him to suppress his curse with potassium alone, so he began to use his magic to do so. Watching how many servants walk around his palace, Kahel thinks that because of his magic, he cannot even acquire a servant, because anyone who hears this will probably laugh. Because of this, Duke Ruav became sad and thoughtful, not understanding why he was doing all this. He would have continued to think, but at that moment, Someone called him. Behind the main character, a confused Gerard still stood, awaiting orders from his master. Cahel sadly told him that he was a little distracted and he could go. While the servant stood and did not think of leaving, the good Duke asked him to take with him the purification potion that he had spoken about earlier. Count Gerard modestly said that he would do this, after which he said that he would probably go, wishing his master a good day. Before leaving, Gerard, like a true servant of His Majesty, bowed to Cahel, while the gentleman elegantly poured aromatic tea into his cup. Leaning on a chair with a cup of tea in his hands, the Duke could not stop thinking that the tea he always brewed for himself was tart and cold. In addition, he always dines on cold food and has never had anyone help him bathe, despite the title of Duke. Trying to relax, Cahel tilted his head up, wanting to get rid of bad thoughts and awareness of loneliness. Closing his eyes, Duke Cahel was interested in only one thing: whether he would ever be able to feel human warmth, or whether he was destined to be lonely all his life. While Duke Cahel realized that he was very tired, Rena, who was already being prepared to become the wife of Viscount de Luynes. The servant, using a brush, was already indicating to the future lady how to raise her head and where to look. Immediately after this, the servant announced that the image was ready, after which she walked away, allowing the aristocrats to see the finished image for the meeting with the Viscount. Rena was dressed in a soft purple dress, while excitement and fear were clearly visible on her face. All the subordinates said that they would move away from Rena a little for a while, leaving her alone. Rena silently sat down on a chair, realizing that she was incredibly scared for herself. The girl, in a chic dress, recalled the words of her stepsister named Sid, who told her some time ago that the aristocrats were definitely up to something, because it was complete nonsense to betray a commoner to a viscount. Hugging, most likely for the last time, Sid told Renee that if she suddenly felt danger, she needed to immediately run, and he would definitely help her get to the outskirts of Kerouac. Because if she gets there, even Baron Fidelia won't dare find her. Remembering this, the dressed-up girl sighed sadly and realized that all this was too serious. The girl understands that the Baron was offered such good conditions, and instead of the young Mrs. Elliot, he marries her. Her so-called husband didn't even show up for almost 3 months, and she didn't even see him. Rena realizes that they are all clearly up to something. But at that moment, Mrs. Elliot approached the excited Renee, who was surprised by the lady's excitement, asking that she must be glad to meet her future husband. Rena nervously replied that this was not so. In addition to all that has been said, Elio added that she has been studying etiquette for several weeks, so she should be able to handle it. But according to the lady, the Viscount is quite lenient, so he will forgive her for her ignorance. Rena didn't answer Elliot, but there was no need for that. The lady turned back, telling the frightened girl that the Viscount had arrived. Not far from her, the girl noticed an elderly man and a lady. She greeted Viscount de Luynes, after which she said that most likely this castle would seem dilapidated to him, but the old man replied that there was nothing wrong with that and he stopped expecting anything. Next to them stood an alarmed Rena, who didn't even understand where to go and what to do. She only looked at how real aristocrats communicate. Mrs. Fidelia jokingly said that their daughter was still young, so she asked de Luynes not to be strict with her, and the Viscount said with a smile that in that case, he would teach her everything she needed. Raising his head, Viscount de Luynes unexpectedly saw Rena, who was dressed in a beautiful dress. From such beauty, the old man's jaw dropped and saliva flowed from his lips when he saw the young girl. While the Viscount, maddened by the beauty of the girl, ran to her with the words that she would become his wife, Rena was frightened, trying to step back and not understanding why such a person as de Luynes should be her husband. But the girl's fear did not stop the old annoying man. He ran towards her, shouting words that she was incredibly beautiful and the like. Rena didn't even have time to understand anything. She was clearly uncomfortable with such attention, and because of this, she wanted to leave as quickly as possible, but it was too late to run. She felt her hand being grabbed tightly. Vicomte de Luynes forcefully pulled his future wife towards him, unethically holding her hand as tightly as he could. This old man's behavior frightens the girl very much. She doesn't know where to go. It turns out that the Viscount rudely took the girl's hand in order to then kiss her politely and affectionately, saying before that he hoped that they could get along together. Rena's face showed horror and fear that she had never experienced in her life. She understands that she will have to live with this nasty man all her life, and this scares her. At that moment, Baron Fidelia said that he and the Viscount needed to discuss one matter that they had talked about earlier. Viscount de Loen happily said that he would never leave his future father-in-law aside and was ready to talk about it right now. But when the old man left Rena, it didn't make her any easier. She realized that she was not just in trouble, but in some kind of hell. At the same time, while Rena could not get over the shock and the realization that she was trapped, a woman's hand grabbed her forearm and pulled the unfortunate girl towards her. A shocked Renee was approached by Mrs. Elliot, who with an evil smile asked her how she felt after meeting that man. Out of fear, Rena didn't even know what to answer. She didn't even see anything around, completely immersed in her experiences and fears. She doesn't believe that this is all real, so she wants to think that this is not true and a simple performance. Her hand shook with fear as she tried to straighten her dress. Rena asked in shock if she would really have to marry such a man, to which Elliot replied that it was what she was talking about if she had gone that far. Additionally, Elliot said that if she wants to be a good wife, she has a lot to learn. With these words, the lady asked Mrs. Marvin, the maid, to teach Rena how to behave in bed. The two girls, the maid and Elliot, sat the devastated Rena at a table with a book on it. Mrs. Elliot said with a smile that she needed to charm the Viscount, because if she didn't do this, she would have to work in some kind of eatery all her life. Looking at the open book, Rena shyly asked if she needed to know all this. The maid who was nearby said that it was so and ordered her to read certain lines of the book. With her hand on the page of the book, Rena began to read obscene things about how she should behave in bed in order to please a man. Her fear only gets stronger. She was shocked by what she read. Rena covered her mouth with her hands, realizing that this was simply shocking. The maid and Elliot managed to make Rena even more anxious. But this was not enough for Mrs. Marvin. She looked at Ryoga with a smile and told her to remember it all, reminding her that Miss Elliot had already given her advice on this matter before. Allowing herself to touch the confused Renee and raise her face to hers, the maid angrily said that she must try hard to live happily. In addition, Mrs. Marvin said that she had to work tirelessly to earn the attention of the Viscount, after which she asked if this was not so. Rena was already ready to cry from the hopelessness of the situation. Not intending to answer anything, the girl sharply turned her head towards the exit, realizing that she urgently needed to escape. But this should have been done long before all the events, because now it is useless. A drop of tears fell onto the palm of the confused Rena. She understands that right now she needs to run away from here, to try to get away from what awaits her with Viscount de Loen. While Rena was thinking about how she could escape, in another room, Viscount de Loen, along with other aristocrats, was already discussing important matters. One of the men said that a message had arrived from a certain Viscount Horace, where he writes that he wants to detonate a bomb in the heliotrope mine, that is, the mine of the Duke of Ruava, and he needs help. And heliotrope is a gemstone in the world of Manhwa that is dark green in color with red flecks. One gray-haired aristocrat said that, most likely, Viscount Horace began to carry out his planned plan, but he was not sure that everything would go smoothly. In addition, the man said that the heliotrope mine is not the only source of income for Cahel, and he does not know whether they will be able to damage his reputation with this. In response to this, Viscount de Loen replied that this red-eyed boy was too arrogant because he was only 23, and in de Loen's opinion, he was a useless duke. Among other things, Viscount de Loen said that the problem also lies in the father of the protagonist, who years ago decided to transfer the title of duke to his son when his wife was very ill. Baron Fidelia said that the Viscount was right, and it's even scary to imagine how outraged Viscount Horace was, considering what Cahel did to his beautiful daughter. De Loen replied that this is what he is talking about. Having decided to remind everyone of what had happened, the Baron said that the daughter whom the Viscount cherished so much had committed suicide due to the possession of this damned demon. Remembering the face of his deceased daughter, Baron Fidelia said, "Is there a parent who can let someone get away with something like this?" The aristocrats don't even think about Duke Cahel's feelings. They are ready to destroy him and punish him for all the bad things he did for them. Raising his hand gracefully, Baron Fidelia said that the Duke of Ruav definitely deserved to be punished. In addition, the gentleman supplemented his words by saying that it was difficult for him to imagine what it would be like to lose his daughter. Another aristocrat also said that Cahill very cruelly rejected the poor woman who was ready to give her life for him. Viscount de Loen decisively slammed the table and declared that their nobles must gather their strength and protect Logos from this demon, or at least lock it in the mansion and contain it. And execution, according to Viscount de Loen, is the best solution in this situation. The Viscount, embittered with the Duke, said that he would send Viscount Horace a bank account. That is, he would give him money to make it easier to carry out his plan. Clenching his hand into a fist, Viscount Deloin said that he would make Cahill pay for his exile to the village. At the same time, when the aristocrats were discussing their insidious plans, the Duke of Rouave was already listening from his servant to the detailed plan of his enemies to blow up the mine. Cahill held a pawn in his hand while Gerard told him everything at the table. The Duke admits with a smile that de Loen and Fidelia are rather impatient. The Duke of Rouave placed his pawn on the chessboard while the servant Gerard told him that it was Viscount Horace of the White faction, who played a significant role in their plan. Hearing the familiar name, Cahill raised his head and looked at Gerard in surprise, asking him about Viscount Horace. Gerard replied that what he said was true, and in his opinion it was all because of what happened between him and his daughter, who had previously committed suicide. The curious Duke, not understanding anything, asked his servant what he was talking about and what girl he was talking about now, to which Gerard asked Cahill if he remembered her at all. The Duke once again asked Count Gerard who she was, which made the servant quickly become confused, not knowing where to start. Gerard politely asked His Majesty if he remembered the girl who jumped under the carriage and who asked him to come to the temple. The Duke said that he understood that he was talking about the drugged one. The Count continued to tell Cahill that she was the one who was found dead in the temple, and it seems that because of this, Viscount Horace was obsessed with taking revenge on him. Duke Cahill said that they are truly fools if they want to oppose the Rouave family. After this, Gerard decided to tell his master that the bombs installed in the mine were safely neutralized. However, according to the Count, one problem arose. The Duke became more serious and asked which one it was. Gerard admitted that the explosives were installed not only in the mine, but also under the Duke's carriage. From such information, Duke Rouave angrily clenched his palm, realizing that Horatius wanted to kill him. Coming closer to Gerard, the protagonist said that he did not want to delay too much, so he immediately ordered him to prepare everything and capture them so that Viscount Horace and Viscount de Loen would immediately appear in court. Looking at Gerard with his red eyes, Cahill asked if he could entrust all this to him and if he could cope with such a task. In response to this, Gerard said with a smile that all this was within his power and he could rely on him. After this, the Duke's faithful servant went to carry out all the instructions that Cahill gave him. Duke Rouave had already given his permission to capture the intruders, and after a short amount of time, everything was calm in the palace of Baron Fidelia. The wind was blowing outside, causing the cast to fly past the beautiful palace of the Fidelia family. In one of the old rooms where the walls were already crumbling and there was an old bed, there was Rena, who sadly looked out the window and was silent, awaiting her fate. Remembering the face of Viscount de Loen, or rather the way he looked at her at the first meeting, Rena realizes that several days have passed since their first meeting, and there is no news. The girl also remembers how the other day she was being prepared for her wedding with de Loen. The evil maid always showed her where to look and how to raise her head, teaching her the correct posture. Because of this, a sad Rena remembers that Elliot was incredibly amused by this, as were the other maids. She sat at the table and laughed at her, like the other girls. Of course, thoughts about escaping from the palace and Kerouac in general crept into Rena's head, but the annoying maid Marvin was next to her all the time, not lagging behind for a minute and not allowing her to even breathe without her presence. The girl grabbed her head, remembering that the soldiers at home were also carefully watching her. Saddened, Rena does not know what to do, so she is still sitting in this room. Memories of how the nasty Viscount de Loen kissed her palm before grabbing her hand ran through her head. She can't even believe that she is now doomed to live with him for the rest of her days. However, suddenly the sad lady heard strange noises on the street. It seemed that men were screaming on the street for an unknown reason. This instantly caught Rena's attention, and she got out of bed to look out the window. The girl carefully peered at the view from the window, trying to understand at least something. She is very interested in why the street suddenly became so noisy and what exactly happened there. To Rena's surprise, she saw a large number of soldiers near the palace who seemed to be running into the house itself. Odin ordered everyone to immediately search everything and not miss them, but Rena still didn't understand who he meant. But then Rena realized another important fact. Right now, she could not hear the soldiers behind her door who had always stood there and guarded her. Putting the puzzle together in her head, Rena realizes that she must take advantage of this situation. Looking towards the door, the girl realized that right now she had a chance to get out of here and escape from Kerouac. Rena is so afraid of the Fidelia family and Viscount de Loen that she does not dare run to the doorknob and leave the room. But she still doesn't intend to stay here forever. The girl quickly ran to the doors, grabbed their handles tightly and tried to open them with strength and courage, trying to act as quickly as possible due to the situation around her. She nervously touched the door with her hand, trying to open it every time and begging it to yield to her efforts, and yet the girl managed to get out. Calmly leaving the room in which she was imprisoned, Rena realized that there were absolutely no people in the corridor, which was very good for her quick escape. The unfortunate girl, who was unlucky with her guardians, already wanted to quickly run away from the place she hated, but she was prevented by what she heard to her left in the corridor. Rena noticed that the guards of the house had already appeared in the corridor, and with them the maid Marvin, who angrily pointed at the girl, saying that it was she and they needed to grab her. At that moment, Rena realized that she needed to run, and she would find out about the situation below later. The guards immediately chased after Rena, who was powerless against them. They called her, calling her Lady Elliot Fidelia and pointing the sharp blades of their swords at her. Rena realized that there was no point in running anywhere. Having forcibly taken her, the guards ordered each other to arrest her immediately, while Rena herself said that everything was wrong and she was just a servant. But the soldiers did not listen to her, ordering her to remain silent and follow them. Rena walked out to the hall of the palace, accompanied by many soldiers. She didn't understand since when she became Mrs. Elliot, and so she told everyone that she didn't know anything. But in response to this, the guards only said that everyone in the Fidelia family was as noisy as she was. When the innocent Rena passed by one of the maids, who was apparently being interrogated, she could not even think that all the servants in the palace would pretend that everything was her fault, and everyone around her was just innocent lambs judging her behind her back. Renee could only do what she was told. She turned around in fear, leaving the palace of Baron Fidelia, while the soldiers firmly told her that she herself would soon find out about everything. It turns out that the soldiers took her to a dark dungeon where they threw her into a cell where, it seems, there was someone else. She fell painfully, not understanding why she was doing all this. The soldiers simply ordered her to sit quietly, but Rena immediately stood up and begged them one last time not to leave before they abandoned her and left her behind bars. To defend her honor and truth, Rena grabbed the bars, screaming at everyone to let her out because she really wasn't young Mistress Elliot. But no one was even going to listen to her. The girl wanted to shout to someone to be released from prison, but at that moment her hand was grabbed by the one who was in the same cell with her. A woman's voice immediately ordered Renee to shut up. As it turned out, not only Rena, but also Mrs. Fidelia were imprisoned in the same dungeon. She held the lady's wrist angrily, telling her to shut up now, which the girl did out of fear. In addition to the madam, who was embittered by everything, Rena noticed that Baron Fidelia was sitting in the cell in the very corner, from whose face you couldn't tell that he was happy about what was happening. While the girl looked at the Baron, the lady said to listen to her carefully, because now she is Elliot Fidelia. Shocked, Rena asked why she suddenly became one, but the mistress only angrily replied that she had no time to explain and should not behave rashly. She also said that even though everything happened suddenly, they should be released soon. Wanting to threaten, the lady pointed her finger at Rena and said that if she said anything unnecessary, then not only she would be in danger, but also the family of Sid, her half-sister. Rena wanted to object to the mistress, but she only told her to do what she says, because her family is aristocrats with a deep history and blue blood. However, at that moment the conflict was interrupted by someone who loudly stomped his heel next to them. The Baron and Madame immediately turned their heads towards the man who was calmly telling them on the other side of the bars that they were too loud. In front of the Fidelia family stood the Duke of Ruav himself, who pierced them with his red eyes, saying that the true manners of the Fidelia aristocrats was to behave noisily even while behind bars. Noticing his presence, the Baron instantly jumped up and, coming closer to the Duke, shouted to him that he had no right to lock noble people in prison, and he could not do this to them, even if he was a duke. To this, the main character replied that the Dukes of Logos have the right to punish nobles, starting with the barons, for their crimes. Suddenly, the Duke told the Baron something that shocked him. Cahill informed everyone that they no longer had any titles which had just been decided at the trial. There was a real stunned look on the former Baron's face because he had lost everything that was dear to him in just one moment. The former Baron immediately knelt down, shouting that this was some kind of misunderstanding and that Viscount de Loin had set them all up, so they all needed to be pardoned. Hearing this, the Duke thought about pardoning. Removing his protective potassium to reveal his own magical power, the Duke sarcastically said that he was just about to personally show them his aristocratic favor. Hearing such kind words, Mr. and Mrs. already thought about staying alive. They thanked the Duke for his mercy and said that they would serve only him. But in fact, Cahill did not even intend to do this, because his eye was already radiating red from anger and magic. Having unleashed his seductive magic, the Duke smiled and said that he would not hurt them as much as they wanted, while the former Baron and Madame looked at him besottedly. They gradually fell in love with him, not even realizing that they were now living the last minutes of their lives. Devilish magic spread throughout the dungeon, which made them both fall in love with Cahill and ask to look at him. The Baron held the bars with his hands, hoping to reach the Duke with his hand. The Baron and his wife had already confessed their eternal love to Cahill and swore their hearts to him, while the Duke looked at them indifferently and waited for the right moment. Finally, Cahill said that he was very glad of this, preparing to draw the long blade of his sharp and beautiful sword. Before delivering one precise and strong blow, Cahill, looking at the couple with an evil smile and joyful eyes, admitted that he was glad that they were so happy. In an instant, the Duke's sword was able to easily break the bars to cut the Baron and lady's head from their bodies in one swing. After the precise execution and the perfect swing of the sword, the Duke could only stand and look at their bodies, admitting that they were just pathetic people who could not stand in his way and defeat him. But the Duke's thoughts were interrupted by crying that came from another corner of the cell. He instantly turned his head in this direction, hoping to see something in the darkness. In the corner of the cell there really was a crying girl, Rena, who covered her face with her hands, begging the Duke not to touch her and to spare her. Cahill realized that there was one more person left for his work. Looking at how the girl was trembling out of fear and begging for mercy, Duke Ruav suddenly noticed that she had not yet succumbed to his seductive magic. Cahill decided to enter the girl's cell to take a closer look at her, at the same time thinking that he did not use his power fully, since he only needed to bewitch the Baron and the lady. But this is still strange. The Duke doesn't like the amount of work, but he still wants to get the job done. So he releases almost all of his seductive magic, smilingly telling the girl to come closer to him and hoping that he can bewitch her. But the girl did not even confess her eternal love to him. She hiccuped in fear, looking at the Duke with tears and continuing to beg him for mercy. Here Duke Ruav thought, because even such a huge amount of seductive magic really doesn't work on her. He stopped in grave confusion. The main character looked at the crying lady with real, genuine surprise, realizing that right now she was not succumbing to even his most powerful seduction magic. The Duke understands that the girl is at a fairly close distance from him, but even so she feels literally nothing and continues to remain sane, looking at him. The crying Rena did not take her violet eyes off the Duke until the aristocrat could not understand what was happening to her and to him. In addition to the fact that magic does not affect her, Cahill noticed that the girl very easily begs for mercy, which is in no way typical of a daughter from a noble family. This made him think. Deciding to speak to the mysterious lady first, the Duke ordered her to respond by asking her name. Shy and scared, Rena replied that she was Elliot Fidelia. Approaching her ever closer and stepping over the pool of blood of the Baron and mistress, the Duke asked her if she was really the daughter of the Fidelia family. Bowing her head down and lowering her sad eyes to the floor, Rena admitted that in fact the Baron was her father, and that lady was not her mother. Hearing this, the Duke said that he had not heard that Baron Fidelia had an illegitimate daughter, after which he asked if she had just lied to his face. Shocked, Rena tried to answer that this was not so, but did not have time. Realizing that now was the best time to confess, the girl told the Duke that in fact she was not Mrs. Elliot, but a maid of this castle. After confessing, she asked Cahel for forgiveness for lying to him. The Duke curiously asked that her dress was too elegant and luxurious for her to be an ordinary maid in the castle, but Rena excitedly replied that her mistress forced her to wear it, while she herself clutched the dress with excitement. Watching the girl cry in misery, Duke Ruav realized that she seemed to have her own interesting story, which began with her being an illegitimate child and a servant. The Duke continued to look at the lady, realizing that in addition to all this, she also did not succumb to his magic, which he saw for the first time. He understands that he can't just leave her like that. Taking with him his potassium, which he left on the table, the Duke ordered his soldiers to get rid of the corpses, to which the guards obediently said that they would do so. And getting ready to leave gracefully from the dungeon, Cahel also informed the servants that he was taking this girl with him to the Ruav mansion. The Duke left Rena, but did not stop thinking about who she was, why she did not succumb to his magic, and how it happened that she became the daughter of the Fidelia family while being a servant and an illegitimate child. He wants to know the answer to all these questions. On a dark night, the girl and the Duke arrived at his Ruav mansion, where he immediately decided to talk to her while a large full moon was shining outside the window. Standing in the romantic and mysterious light of candles, Cahel asked the unfortunate woman if her name was really Rena. The girl replied that this was so, to which the Duke said that he understood this, intending to ask something else. Duke Ruav was sitting on a coffee table surrounded by shelves of books and looking at Rena, who was standing in front of him. But suddenly, he asked the girl to come closer to him. At this moment, the maid had no idea that the Duke had released all of his demonic magic, making a second attempt to seduce her. His eyes glowed red again, and a smile appeared on his face. However, nothing had any effect on the girl again. She was only frightened by the aristocrat's order and hurried to come closer to him. Purple smoke of seductive magic reigned in the room. It was surprisingly similar to the girl's violet eyes, which looked at the curious Cahel. Despite the huge amount of magic that darkened the whole room, the girl did not fall at his feet and did not beg for a kiss, but calmly walked towards him as he asked. The main character looked at his potassium, an amulet that prevents the appearance of his magic, and realized that even removing it from his neck did not enhance the effect. All this, in his opinion, is too suspicious. While the girl stood shyly in front of the Duke, the aristocrat himself said that it seemed that the Baron was using her so that his real daughter could escape. Cahel's guesses turned out to be true. Raising his hand, the Duke also said that for this reason it was not humane to execute her. But since it was known that she was the illegitimate child of the Baron, she could be executed depending on how useful she would be in the future. The candles were still burning while Cahel warned her that now she must honestly answer all his questions, to which Rena fearfully agreed. The Duke said that she was the illegitimate daughter of a baron, whose mother was a foreigner, and working as a servant, she was almost married off to Viscount de Loin instead of Elliot Fidelia. Rena said that everything is exactly as he says. Cahel realized that they had deceived the Viscount, and if this was true, then the Baron was braver than he seemed at first glance. But Cahel still thinks it was a pretty stupid plan. Then the Duke realized that there were two options for who Rena could really be. The first option is simpler. She really is an innocent victim with a rare feature. Or, in Cahel's head, this innocent girl may turn out to be an insidious spy sent by one of his sworn enemies. What if the Santella family hired her? Putting his hand to his chin, the Duke thought better about the fact that everything the girl said could turn out to be a lie, so he shouldn't trust her so easily. Looking at the girl with his red eyes, Cahel realized that at the moment there is no way to find out the truth, so he decides to leave Rena near him to find out who she is. Cahel thought about his plan, saying absolutely nothing to Renee. This worried her, so she looked at the Duke in fear, waiting for at least some kind of answer. Duke Ruov then broke the silence by asking Rena what she usually did at the Fidelia family castle. The girl did not hear the question the first time, so the main character had to repeat it twice. The dark-haired Duke explained his question by saying that he needed to know exactly what benefit he could get from her. Hearing this, Rena guessed that most likely the Duke would deign to leave her in his palace. The girl enthusiastically said that she has been working almost since childhood, so she can cope with any job, be it washing or cleaning. Rena also said that she could read, which puzzled the sedentary Duke. Continuing to listen to how much an ordinary servant of one family could do, the surprised Duke understood that she was in despair and needed someone's help. Interrupting the monologue, Cahel with a smile asked the girl if she had ever courted a male owner. Rena replied that if they decided to teach her, she would work hard at it. But then, shyly raising her hands, Rena decided to ask Cahel if she would have to serve not only during the day, but also at night. The curious Duke asked why she was asking this. The girl answered the aristocrat that she had never done this before. The Duke just looked at her, putting together many puzzles in his head. In addition to everything that had been said, Rena, lowering her head and eyes, explained that in her opinion she was not very successful with her face, because of which she would not be able to make him happy. The Duke looked at the embarrassed lady and was silent, not knowing what to say. At the same time, there was absolutely no emotion on his face, which showed his restraint and aristocratic character. But after that, the Duke of Ruav abruptly stood up, telling Renee that she had been hired and he would notify the butler so that she could get used to the mansion in the first week. The girl happily agreed, but Cahel was about to say something else. Looking at the unfortunate girl with a smile, Duke Cahel informed her that starting next week she would become not just a maid, but his personal maid. Cahel put the potassium around his neck, while Rena anxiously asked how she, an ordinary servant, could become the personal servant of the Duke himself. Cahel repeated her own words with a smile, saying that anything would suit her, but then the Duke asked if she had lied here again. The excited girl answered Cahel that this was far from the case, but the aristocrat was already leaving the room, telling one servant named Ardo to teach her everything until next week. Looking at Ardo with a smile, the Duke also informed him that this lady would become his personal maid. At these words, the butler was instantly surprised, asking the aristocrat many questions. Ardo stopped and asked the Duke if he had heard something. Cahel replied that he did not, and explained that Rena had a lot of experience working as an ordinary maid, so he would not have to bother with her for long. Walking down the corridor, the Duke carefully looked at his future maid, while Ardo shouted after him that he would fulfill all of His Majesty's orders and teach the girl everything she needed. The girl noticed the aristocrat's majestic gaze on her, which instantly made her shy, but at the same time she also did not take her violet eyes off him. Leaving the lady and the butler, the Duke smiled slyly and charismatically, leaving Renee with different impressions of himself: a kind aristocrat, an evil avenger, and an interesting demon. Outside the door, the Duke decided not just to smile, but to turn to the new resident of the palace, saying goodbye to her until next week with the same kind smile as before. Sometime after these events, Duke Cashel had an unpleasant dream. An unknown person was running after him, surrounded by burgundy darkness. It's not just him who is running after the unfortunate aristocrat, but several people at once, men and women, who are intoxicated by his magic and ask him to love them, or they will kill him. But the main character is not going to stop. The besotted people asked Cahel to love them and tried to reach out to him with their hand, while the Duke himself was thinking about when they would stop endlessly pursuing him. At one point, when one of the people asked Cahel why he was trying to run away from them, one drugged man managed to grab him by his trousers, stopping his escape from them. Scared to death, the Duke turned around, looking at the drugged man who was holding his leg. People in love with him continue to tell Cahel that they became like this because of him and they love him very much, so they ask him not to leave. Trying to catch his breath, Duke Ruov begins to think that maybe this is all real because of him, and if so, he needs to do something to make it all work out. At that moment, the aristocrat saw a red and white light in the middle of the darkness, while he himself was thinking that he needed to die in order to stop torturing people and tormenting himself. Cahel quickly turned his attention to him as the besotted women and men around him touched their legs and continued to confess their eternal love. Duke Rav understands that the light that has appeared is his only salvation from torment and from people who are tired of him, and he's going to take this chance. The demon rushed to the saving glow, away from the nasty fans who continued to talk about love being subject to his magic. Cahill prays for this to stop. He could only touch it, trying to forever get rid of the suffering that he had felt all his life. Touching him, Cahill once again heart-rendingly asks someone to help him. The terrible nightmare was suddenly interrupted. The main character of the manhwa opened his eyes, not understanding why his room suddenly became very light. The aristocrat rose from his bed, scratching his head and looking at his bedroom, into which the morning light of the sun penetrated. However, suddenly to his right, the Duke saw someone. Turning his head, Cahill noticed that it was the maid Rena who allowed the morning rays to enter the bedroom by opening the curtains, which he was very surprised by. Noticing that the Duke of Ruav had already woken up and stood up, she looked at him with a kind smile and wished him good morning, straightening the thick, beautiful curtains. Sometime after the sudden awakening, Duke Cahill drank aromatic tea from a beautiful cup, listening to the words of his employee that Viscount de Loan committed suicide in prison, or rather, hanged himself. Based on this, the servant advised Cahill that the verdict and amount of compensation in the ongoing trial would likely be different. But the Duke replied that from the very beginning his goal was not his fortune, so he somehow didn't care. Cahill also said that in any case, the Viscount is still a member of the Black faction, so the servant should find out about his next successor. The servant said that he would definitely do this, but then the Duke of Ruav wanted to tell his subordinate something else important. While drinking tea, Cahill began his monologue with the fact that that girl came to see him this morning. Most likely, the aristocrat means Renu. The Duke admitted that he was surprised because no one had appeared in his room for a long time. The butler was confused, which is why he raised his hands and asked if the maid had caused inconvenience to the Duke. But surprisingly, Ardo Cahill answered that no, but rather the opposite. Recalling the events of that morning, the Duke realized that he had scared poor Rena to death when, out of habit, he drew his long sword, intending to deal with whoever appeared in his room. Replaying these events in his head with a smile, Cahill understood that he was able to scare the girl so much that she fell to the floor. In fact, the Duke is one of those who, if something happens, immediately draws his sword. After that, still holding the cup in his hand, the Duke asked the butler what her plans were today. Ardo replied that she had training scheduled for today. About to take his first sip, the Duke of Ruav ordered his own butler to keep an eye on her, and under no circumstances tell her about his curse. Ardo decided to inquire about this, asking if the Duke decided to hide this from Rena. Duke Cahill replied that the butler must understand that he, who cannot keep a servant nearby, suddenly has one with an unusual ability, and this may seem strange. Lowering his head, the protagonist once again told the butler to keep a close eye on her. Ardo said that he understood everything as he prepared to leave to carry out his tasks. Duke Cahill could only look mysteriously out the window, behind which was the beautiful foliage of the trees. He's probably thinking about Rena and her unusual ability that allows her to resist his magic. While Cahill was drinking tea, the butler was already fulfilling his duties. He walked Rena around the palace, showing her around and telling her that that day he would show her this particular part of the mansion. The girl happily followed the man and smiled at everything she saw. Walking past large paintings and luxurious furniture, the future maid tried to keep up with her teacher, looking at the true beauty of the mansion's interior. It was the first time for an ordinary girl to be in such a beautiful place, so she constantly turned her head in different directions, surprised by everything that was around. At one point, Rena even stopped, admiring the beauty of the mansion, and realizing that this was a real castle, the creation of which she could be proud of with a full heart. But the girl's admiration was interrupted by the butler himself, who suddenly asked her if she really knew nothing about His Majesty the Duke. Rena was surprised by this question. Rena replied that it was so, because she lived in Kerouac all the time and did not know anything. Looking at the lady, Ardo decided to ask her if she really didn't feel something when she first met him. The girl was embarrassed by such a question, and the butler, noticing this, said that she could answer this question honestly, because everything was in order. Rena tried to say something to the man, but couldn't. Recalling the events of the past, Rena admitted to the butler that in fact he seemed to her to be a rather scary person, and the moment when she first saw him was strongly imprinted in her memory. Embarrassed by her words, Rina admitted that because of this, even when the Duke smiles at her, she becomes scared. Realizing that she was saying something wrong, Rina apologized to Ardo, saying that she was talking nonsense. But the butler was silent. To the girl's surprise, Ardo did not support her and say something like that, but only clarified whether everything she wanted to tell him was all. Rina looked at her teacher in amazement, not understanding what he meant. The butler pondered the young lady's words, muttering that it seemed like she was truly unaffected by His Majesty's powerful curse. But when Rina wanted to question her teacher about what he had just told her, Ardo turned around abruptly, continuing to walk forward and telling the girl that he had not said anything like that, repeating that she was only required to take care of His Excellency. Rina also ran after the butler while he informed her that right now he would tell her about the duties during the tea party and she should follow him. The girl obeyed orders, keeping up with the polite man. Continuing to follow the teacher, Rina suddenly decided to tell Ardo that, as far as she knows, only high-status maids engage in tea drinking, so the girl asks if she needs to learn anything else based on this. Hearing this, Mr. Butler turned to the girl and told her that he had almost forgotten to tell her something. The teacher butler's words greatly shocked Rina and made her think, as he said that in fact, in this palace, she is the only servant. At this shocking moment for her, Rina seemed to feel that a new universe had opened up for her, in which only she was chosen to serve His Majesty. But Rina still didn't understand anything. Rina continued to get acquainted with new people and the interior of the Cahill mansion, while Mrs. Elliot walked through the market and was forced to hide her appearance with a cape so that no passers-by would recognize her. She remembered with sadness how her parents were captured by the guard while she was about to escape. She misses them, not understanding where they were taken. Elliot also realizes that there is still no word from them, which worries her greatly. Suddenly, the saddened Mrs. Elliot raised her head because she managed to come to the notice board where a new decree had just been posted. She was interested in what might be written there. Unfortunately for Elliot, the decree did not have anything good for her. It announced in bold print that as of today, a certain Baron Sanric Jenkins was appointed feudal lord of the Kerouac province instead of the Fidelia family, which was stripped of its titles and beheaded. Elliot looked at the decree in horror while the people around her, who were also reading the decree, shouted that the Fidelia family got what they deserved because they took too much of everything from ordinary people. The lady cannot believe that the death of the entire family occurred only because of several meetings with Viscount de Loen. Elliot believes that they could not go against his authority, so they had to submit. She believes that this is the most ruthless decision towards her family, and Duke Ruav is a real demon. She is overcome by fear, because of which she does not know what to do. She began to cover her head out of hopelessness and fear that she could be easily recognized in a large crowd. But in this difficult moment, Elliot suddenly had an idea. She remembered the Santel family and thought that she could go to them and ask for help because they are the only ones who can resist Ruavu. Covering herself with a cape, Elliot realizes that these people are also called the incarnation of angels, so they definitely won't turn away from her. The girl realizes that first she needs to go to Arden because no one will help her here. Holding his head up proudly, Elliot really wants to work out a revenge plan with Santella that will force Duke Ruava to reconsider his decision and even accept his mistake. Maddened by the desire to avenge the death of her entire family, the girl promises herself that she will definitely take revenge not only on Duke Cahill, but also on everyone who stands for him. Elliot had already begun to carry out her plan to arrive in Arden, while in a completely different, beautiful place the sun was shining peacefully, illuminating the green foliage of tall trees. Madame entered the bright apartment, who was also dressed in beautiful, light, and luxurious clothes, thanks to which one can say that she, too, is an aristocrat. The girl appeared in a spacious room where her father was sitting in an armchair, reading a newspaper over a cup of tea. The blonde girl wished her dad good morning, and the mustachioed old man just looked at her, saying that she had finally come, calling her Rydell. Polite and curious about Dad's condition, the girl decided to ask him if he slept well, showing him her sky-blue eyes and beautiful smile. The girl's name is Riedel. She is a member of the Santella family and a candidate to succeed the Duke of the White faction. But Riedel's father was not going to be as polite as his daughter. He looked at her and briefly told her to quickly sit down at the table. And Riedel, noticing the tea on the table, was surprised, saying that she was seeing this particular variety for the first time. At that moment, another member of the Santella family entered the room. He, closing the door behind him, said that this tea emanates a wonderful aroma and, as he was told, this is a new variety. The guy, step by step, began to come closer to Riedel and his father, asking him if it was necessary for him to wake him up so early when he had just returned home. Riedel was outraged by this behavior of her brother, and calling him Rian, asked if he could be at least a little more polite, but he only said that he really wanted to sleep. Yawning tiredly after sleep, Rian admitted that the fact that he got up before lunch was a real miracle. The proud blonde is the eldest son of the Santella family. In response to this, Riedel said that it doesn't matter to anyone whether he got enough sleep or not, because in any case he must behave with dignity. Sitting down in a chair, Rian said displeasedly that he understood this. Leaning his head on his palm and looking at his sister, Rian admitted that every day his Riedel is losing her beauty, since she is truly a copy of her father. Ryan added that after being nominated as a candidate, you couldn't even distinguish her from Daddy at all. And it was precisely because of this fear, according to Ryan, that he left the house. The father just looked at his son, and Riedel said displeasedly that his brother was exaggerating everything. Deciding to ease the awkwardness, Riedel, shyly touching her chin with her hand, said that she was very glad to meet her brother, because she had not met him for a long time. In response to this, Rian said that he should not be teased with such nasty words, but their conversation was interrupted by his father, who held a piece of paper in his hands and ordered them to stop fooling around. When everyone fell silent, the father of the family said that Viscount Horace, the aristocrat in the history of the Manhwa, who planned to kill Cahill, eventually went bankrupt. The man also said that his actions were reckless, and he seemed out of his mind to try to take on Viscount Deloaine. Rian admitted that this was quite expected because going against the Ruav family is too crazy with such pitiful support. But Ryan also thinks that 70 million Ruan is too much for him, although Horace had a significant reason to do so, so the blonde admitted that one can only sympathize with him. Riedel decided to intervene in the conversation, saying that she, on the contrary, was worried about Cahill because all this would cause him more difficulties. Her brother looked into her eyes, puzzled, and said nothing. Hearing this from his sister, Rian decided to remind her that it seems that she used to feel sorry for Viscount Horace, but now she only thinks about the Duke. Riedel noticed this, about to say something. Rian even asked Riedel what she had planned, but she indignantly replied that it was nothing. It just seemed to her that for someone who had lost her daughter, this was not too good. Her brother advised her not to make a fool of herself because she herself was well aware of the influence she had. Rian said that perhaps all the nobles of the White faction curse Cahill for what he did. However, then Rian unexpectedly asked his sister if she really wanted Duke Rua to have even more problems on the contrary. At this point, Rian introduced his polite and kind sister with a sly grin on her face that suggested that perhaps she was much more cunning than she seemed. But Riedel, folding her hands and turning away, replied that this was far from true, and especially since there were no people here who would recklessly discuss such things at their religious readings. Remembering about the readings, Rian asked everyone why they arranged them in the first place. But Riedel, hearing this, became even more indignant, warning her brother not to make her angry anymore. Ryan laughed and said he wouldn't do it again. Soon the blonde fell silent, not intending to speak any more of his opinions and criticism in the presence of his younger sister and father. In fact, in the story of the Manhwa, the Santella and Rua families are enemies to each other, but they have a hard time together because they used to be comrades who led the country forward shoulder to shoulder. The main character, Rian and Riedel, were actually very close as children. They spent a lot of time together and did different things. But after Cahill became a duke early on, they had to move away from each other, but they still had a sincere relationship with each other because they were together almost all of their childhood. Rian recalls that Riedel was especially close to Cahill. They continued to communicate even after Cahill became duke in place of his father, but at the same time, Rian thinks that if it had been his old sister, she would not have defended Viscount Horace as much as she does now. Looking at the way his father and Riedel argued with each other, he did not fully believe that someday the Santella and Rouave families would have to move away from themselves. The blonde continued to sit in the elegant room with high ceilings and royal decorations, wondering if it was all too complicated for him. The Santella family continued to discuss matters important to them, while at this time a red-yellow sunset was already shining over the castle of the Duke of Rouave, only decorating the architecture of the palace. As always, sitting at his desk, Cahel looked at an unusually beautiful red stone in his hand, the size of an apricot seed. It glowed red as the Duke constantly turned it in his hand to examine it from all sides. This beautiful stone is called heliotrope, and it is a resource that is mined in the mines of the Duchy of Rouave. It is mainly used for high-quality space lighting. The fact is that heliotrope stores sunlight during the day and then releases it at night. With the help of the properties of such a precious stone, the intelligentsia could enjoy parties not only during the day, but also at night, right up until dawn. Continuing to look at his jewel and talk to himself, the Duke said that if he combines heliotrope with the ore of lilac from the kingdom of Hildebrun, the light of this stone will become much brighter. Duke Rouave thought carefully about the fact that most likely the kingdom of Hildebrun also knew about this research, and if so, then they could try to present their family as the largest miner of heliotrope and win an exclusive supply contract. At this moment, Cahel remembered the Marquis of Rouahala-Rognac, who appears in secular society. The Duke is thinking of using it in his mineral business. In addition to all this, it is not difficult for Cahel to guess that the Marquis of Rognac is also the second prince and diplomat of the kingdom of Hildebrun, so he will certainly be interested in this deal, and Cahel will be able to achieve what he wants. As he began to write something on a piece of paper, Cahel remembered that the Marquis of Rognac just wanted to stay in Logos, so it would be easy to contact him in the future. However, Duke Rouave was interrupted from his work by someone who placed a brown cup of fragrant tea on his table. Of course, Cahel took notice of this. This servant turned out to be Rena, who, as always, looked at her master with a kind smile and said that this was Darjeeling black tea. Without hesitation, Cahel picked up the cup and took the first sip, before thanking Rena for her care. In fact, he was not used to having tea brought to him every time, but he tried not to show it, continuing to read the papers. Having tasted the tea, the Duke was suddenly surprised by something, raising his eyelids upward. He lowered the cup of black tea, looking at it carefully and asking out loud whether tea had always tasted so good. But Duke Rouave, peering into the hot drink, realized that because of his demonic power, he had already ceased to feel the taste of tea, especially that which was prepared by another person. He asks himself, has it always tasted this good? This lifted the Duke's spirits because the sincerity of this girl can be felt even in one mug of tea. Cahel even had the feeling that part of what the curse had taken from him had returned to him. Looking with peripheral vision at Rena, who was almost shaking with fear, the main character understands that although she is still afraid of him, he believes that the girl is great at her work. The Duke continued to drink his tea, realizing that she could still turn out to be a spy or something like that, but now he sincerely wishes that it would not turn out that way. While the aristocrat drank tea, Rena could not understand what Cahel meant when he asked if tea had always been like this. Out of fear, she quickly realized that she most likely did something wrong. The girl became very worried, wondering whether she had brewed the tea leaves correctly and whether the water temperature was correct. Rena is worried that she couldn't make the tea that the Duke is used to. Cahel calmly drank his tea, not even thinking that it was wrong, but Rena was shaking like a rabbit, not understanding what to do now and how to correct the mistake. Worried, Rena decided to simply tell the master that she would try harder next time. Putting the cup on the table, Cahel said that he was looking forward to it. It took Renee some more time to get comfortable in her new job. One day, she walked along the corridor for the umpteenth time, carrying with her a tray of tea for Cahel. As she greeted the maids who passed her, she thought that serving Duke Rouave was much more pleasant than serving the Fidelia family, because everyone here was friendly. The girl walked along the corridor and recalled her conversation with the butler that the Duke did not want a lot of people around him. Then she asked why she was his servant, if not a noble person, and received such an answer. After such words, Rena remembered that she had said that she would be afraid to make any mistake. but Ardo calmed her down and, raising his hand, said that the Duke was not one of those who kill servants for their mistakes. However, no matter how many times the butler tells her that the Duke is not like that, she will never be able to forget the sight that was in prison. The girl remembers how Cahel looked at her with a sword in his hands. Reina sighed heavily, trying not to fill her head with unnecessary thoughts in order to stop being afraid of Duke Ruawa. She decided to focus on her task. She needed to bring the Duke a tray with water and a towel. Everything should go well, because Reina promised that she would try. Appearing before the Duke, Reina placed a deep plate of clean water on his table, saying that she would help with the preparations for dinner. Carefully drying Duke Rawa's hands before eating, Reina simultaneously asked him if anything was causing him any discomfort. Cahel replied that no. After the girl wiped the aristocrat's palms, Cahel looked at them carefully, telling Renee that she was doing her job well. Reina clearly did not expect a sudden compliment. She put her palm on her neckline, looking at the Duke in surprise and saying thank you to him for such words. The Duke said nothing further, looking at the table, but Reina continued to think about the compliment. She, of course, is pleased with such attention, because she works hard every day so as not to disappoint Ruav. Moving away from Cahill, the personal maid said that she had presented him with a shrimp dish for lunch, but at the same moment she corrected herself, saying that the Duke now had a veal dish and wine and something for dessert. The girl immediately apologized for her mistake, justifying herself by saying that she had misheard the name of the dish from the chef. But the Duke of Ruav simply picked up the utensils and began cutting the meat, saying that there was nothing wrong with that, because the main thing was that it was not poisoned. Cahel immediately put the first piece of the dish in his mouth, chewing it and thinking about what exactly to say to Renee about it, because his verdict is also very important. Having swallowed the meat, the Duke of Ruav admitted to the girl standing next to him that the meat was neither cold nor hot, but just right tasty. Hearing this, Reina was delighted, agreeing with the aristocrat that the dish was just perfect. Watching the Duke dine, Reina silently rejoiced that Cahel liked the dish and that the kitchen had done a great job with it. Looking at the beautiful and expensive dishes that were on the Duke's table, Reina realized that they were all truly ideal and incredibly exquisite. The beautiful dishes that probably smelled delicious made her want to try it all for herself. She looked at them with talking eyes, thinking about how delicious they all were. The girl continued to dream of trying at least something from the Duke's table, but at that moment Cahel noticed her condition and desire to eat. He stopped for a moment, silently looking at his personal maid. Continuing to watch the sad Reina, who in turn only looked at the food, Duke Ruava realized that perhaps she was very hungry. The girl would have continued to sadly look at someone else's food if Duke Cahel had not called her by name, thereby interrupting her entire train of thought. Reina immediately responded, asking the aristocrat what it was. Looking at the maid, the Duke suddenly informed her that, in his opinion, there were not enough dishes. Reina was surprised by this, thinking that for her there were just enough dishes for one Cahel. In response to this, the Manhwa hero once again said that he thinks so. Realizing that she needed to run errands, Reina quickly turned and walked away, saying that she understood everything and would now go to the kitchen and then return. However, when Reina brought new dishes from the kitchen on a tray and showed them to the Duke, he, drinking wine, suddenly said that he seemed to have overestimated his capabilities. And so the proud man said that Renee would have to eat everything that she brought with her. The girl did not even understand what exactly the aristocrat said, perplexed by his words. Reina wanted to object to the Duke, trying to say something, but Cahel abruptly interrupted her, saying that it was already time for her to have lunch, and he did not like to waste food. The Duke of Ruav gracefully drank wine while talking with a maid. Under pressure from Duke Ruawa, the maid finally sat down at the table, looking in confusion at the dishes that she would now have to eat. Before that, Cahel once again told Renee that everything was fine, so she shouldn't worry. Reina looked at the dishes with alarm, thinking that this was most likely a new type of bullying, that is, for every violation of the rules of table manners you get a blow. The girl even suggested that this was torture leading to indigestion, or rather stomach problems. But Reina decided to take the first bite of the steak anyway, nervously thanking herself for at least learning table etiquette. Having swallowed the meat, Reina sighed and worriedly thought that she needed to quickly finish the meal and leave, so as not to embarrass the Duke with her presence anymore. But these thoughts disappeared in an instant, because at that moment Reina felt that the meat she tasted was not just tasty, but divine. The girl was pleasantly surprised by this, intending to eat a few more pieces. All this time, the Duke of Ruav looked at the joyful girl eating meat. At one point, he tilted his head and asked if she liked what she was eating. Happy Reina, who previously wanted to leave quickly, joyfully raised her hands with the cutlery up, admitting to the aristocrat that it was her first time trying such meat and it was simply excellent. In addition, Reina raised a plate of hot clam chowder in front of her, enthusiastically adding that it was also worth a lot. However, at that moment, the joyful girl noticed with what curiosity and interest the Duke was looking at her. Thanks to this, the girl realized that she did not need to be so frank, but should maintain etiquette. The Duke said nothing to Renee, silently continuing to cut his steak. The personal maid also continued to eat, without saying anything more to the serious man. But after a minute of silence, the Duke of Ruav still said a few words before eating a piece of meat. Cahel admitted that this was so, because the dishes had a good taste. Reina was delighted, realizing that the Duke was not as angry as he seemed before. While trying different delicacies, Reina decided to cheer up the Duke's mood by saying that she had heard that shellfish for this soup were brought directly from the province of Ivana. Cahel agreed, saying the province is famous for its seafood. Reina, like a brown rabbit, sweetly ate the dishes on the table, agreeing with the Duke, while he himself was silent, preferring to watch the girl and wipe his lips with a towel after drinking wine. As the meal drew to a close, Duke Cahel warned Reina with a satisfied smile that an important guest would be arriving next week, so she needed to prepare everything well. Finishing her food, the maid joyfully told the master that she would do absolutely everything that was needed. Sometime after the maid had eaten the aristocratic meal with the Duke of Ruav, Reina entered the dressing room, where it was quite dark. Her working day was already coming to an end. Having illuminated this modest and small room, where there was a bed and a small amount of furniture, a tired Reina sat down on a chair, sighing from fatigue. Reina was stretching her shoulders after a hard day, thinking that today's meal in the company of His Excellency was not bad. But she is worried about why exactly the Duke decided to have lunch so suddenly, not alone, but with her. Remembering that the mysterious Duke always sits alone at the table, working and eating without anyone, the curious Reina suggested that perhaps he just likes to eat alone. The girl realized that Duke Cahel was not like other nobles. The maid, curious about the aristocrat, recalled that he constantly works at the table and does not have many servants compared to the rest of the intelligentsia she knows. The girl even looked into Duke Ruawa's dressing room, where she noticed that his clothes were just as unremarkable, no different from each other, which consisted of dark jackets and generally classic clothes. Carefully examining the different jackets, Reina just remembered what the Duke had told her about the arrival of a mysterious, important guest. A plan of action is already emerging in her head. Reina put her index finger to her chin, thinking about the fact that she wanted to please him. But how and with what? She will have to think carefully about this. Pondering this question and hoping to find something that would be within her power, she fixed her gaze on the sewing needles that were stuck into the pillow and stood not far from it. Smart Reina took a closer look at that table and realized that it contained all the items with which she could make something unique that would lift the Duke's spirits. Threads of different colors and needles with different purposes. The joyful girl immediately picked up needles and threads, realizing that this time she would be able to please the Duke with something special. She was going to sew him a unique garment that no one else had. Reina had already started sewing, and so a completely new day began. In the garden of the Duke of Ruava's castle, clear weather and natural beauty reigned, but the girl needed only one thing, to finish sewing clothes for her master. The maid literally sewed all night, which is why she didn't get enough sleep. There were obvious signs of this on her face in the form of bruises under her eyes and a tired look, but she still continued to work, wanting not to disappoint the main character. She stood next to Duke Ruav while he did something. From the deathly silence that reigned around, it seemed to her that she was getting tired several times more. The girl wondered in her mind whether all men were like her aristocrat. She remembers that now the atmosphere is completely different from what it was during Elliot's preening, and she doesn't know how to diffuse this tense situation. While the Duke was busy doing something to his face, bending over in front of the mirror, Rena, who was standing behind him, modestly said that he had a beautiful hairstyle. But Cahill apparently did not hear the good girl's words the first time. He continued to straighten his hair, asking her what she had just told him. Rena was greatly frightened by the Duke's ambiguous reaction to her words, suggesting that she had said the wrong thing. Because of this, the lady anxiously replied that she had not told His Majesty anything like that. The Duke of Ruav, putting on a classic jacket, said that in this case he was calm, but the maid, who barely stood behind him, could not find a place for herself. Cahill noticed that his personal maid was acting a little strange than usual. He put the shirt on his body while looking at the cute lady. At this moment, Rena was thinking that being a maid was much more difficult than she thought. Rena was indeed not only excited but also tired. The Duke looked at her and guessed that she must have been up all night if she looked so pale. Because of this, Cahill remembered that novels had become popular among his maids, which they read after work. It is not yet very clear what exactly the gentleman was up to. Imagining in his mind Rena in a beautiful wedding dress and with flowers on her head, the Duke suggested that she, like a child who was almost forced into marriage, probably wanted real romance, like in the books. However, the Duke turned away from his maid, deciding that this was actually none of his business, and he shouldn't interfere where he didn't need to. After difficult thoughts, Duke Cahill extended his hand to the girl and asked her to give him a vest. Rena immediately did this, passing the usual clothes into his hand, on which something new seemed to have appeared. Noticing a beautiful pattern of dark threads on his vest, Cahill looked at it in surprise, asking Rena if Ardo had ordered clothes the other day, since he had never seen this vest. But to Mr. Rena's surprise, she replied that there were no new orders. This was the old vest, to which she added her own embroidery with the permission of Mr. Butler. Cahill was surprised and turned to the girl, interestedly asking if she did it on her own, to which Rena smilingly replied that yes. The Duke carefully looked at the patterns on the jacket and understood why his personal maid was so tired throughout the day. The patterns on the fabric were very expressive and beautiful, which indicated that she had been embroidering them for more than 1 hour. Rena carefully watched the Duke's reaction and was worried that he might not like something. She modestly asked Cahill whether he would approve of this, but at that moment she did not even suspect that, in the aristocrat's opinion, she was a more reliable person than she had previously thought. Cahill, to the girl's great surprise, said that her work was very beautiful and he thanks her for it. In addition, the Duke said that she tried hard, which amazed the lady even more. These words instantly lifted the girl's spirits. She literally shone with new colors, covered in blush and looking at the Duke with her happy eyes. She said that she will work even harder in the future. After the Duke finally put on a beautiful vest, Rena, like a real maid, began to adjust it for a better look, saying that he had lost a speck of dust somewhere there. The Duke did not resist and simply remained silent. The Duke could not satisfy his curiosity, which is why he asked the diligent Rena if she had done sewing before. The girl replied that she has certain embroidery skills, but she doesn't know how to sew clothes completely. Cahill was surprised by this and, looking at the girl, thanked her again for such a surprise and care. He is both pleasantly surprised and grateful for Renee's real kindness. In response to this, Rena bowed deeply, showing that she was pleased with His Majesty's praise. But at that moment, the Duke also said that since she was very tired, she needed to go and rest now. The maid thanked the aristocrat for such a favor. The girl said that in this case she would move away from the Duke with his permission, which she then did. Cahill only watched her go, without saying anything after her. Imagining how Rena painstakingly embroidered a vest for him all night, the Duke thought that these clothes were filled with her sincerity and kindness, without any malicious intent. The Duke adjusted his new and exquisite waistcoat, rejoicing that he had been waiting for such a life for a very long time. Cahill is glad that he no longer has to be afraid of everyday life, and especially of people. Cahill, like the butler and Rena, continued to prepare for the arrival of an important guest, while at this time, in the family's castle, Santella Riedel was reading an interesting letter, sitting in the garden. After the girl read the letter, she handed it to her maid, telling her to tell her that she would be present at this tea party. The short-haired employee said with a smile that she would do it. Sipping tea in the hope of being alone in the garden, Riedel did not even suspect that a guest would arrive right now. The girl was notified of this by the maid. Riedel asked with interest who this guest was, to which the servant immediately replied that she introduced herself as Elliot Fidelia, and, according to her, she also suffered in that case related to Viscount Horace. The calm Riedel continued to drink tea, but in fact she thinks that Elliot is the daughter of stupid swindlers, who turned out to be more stupid in her opinion than Horace himself. But at the same time, Riedel does not understand why anyone from the Fidelia family still survived. The servant asked the thoughtful Riedel what she should do in this case. The mistress replied that she needed to be let in, only so that no one knew about anything. The servant began to carry out the order of the aristocrat. After some time, the same employee brought Elliot Fidelia into the garden. She told Riedel that she had brought the man she was talking about, while Elliot herself adjusted her dark cape and modestly greeted her mistress. Riedel ordered the guest to take off her clothes and walk towards her, raising her head higher. Elliot obeyed the girl and exposed her head from the hood. Just by looking at Riedel, Elliot realized that the rumors were true. She really was an angel in the flesh, because of her blue eyes and beautiful, thick blonde hair. While Elliot admired her mistress, Riedel apologized for keeping her waiting, and then asked what brought her to her. Elliot worked up the courage to tell her about her problems. She couldn't take her eyes off her because Riedel is a very sweet girl who should definitely help her. Quite unexpectedly for Riedel, Elliot fell to her knees in front of her, shouting that they must help her because her family was unjustly killed by the Duke of Rouave. The aristocratic lady was very surprised by Elliot's behavior. Riedel decided to clarify whether she understood correctly that Elliot is the daughter of Baron Fidelia. Elliot replied that this was true and that she was the only daughter of Hans Fidelia. Surprised, Riedel said that as far as she knows, the Fidelia family is completely dead. In fact, the lady is wondering how Elliot was able to survive, and the girl replied that the maid died that day instead of her. Although that girl, according to Elliot, was her father's illegitimate child. She lived like a commoner, and she herself does not know how she ended up there at that moment. Hearing this, Riedel asked if her father, whom Monsieur Rouave had killed, was guilty in this case. Elliot, squeezing out tears, replied that it was so. However, for one moment, leaning closer to Elliot and smiling mysteriously, Riedel said that this was a very sad story, but she could not do anything alone. After this, Riedel unexpectedly told Elliot that for now, she could stay at their house. Elliot was surprised by this, thanking the aristocrat for such mercy and sympathy. But that was not all. Riedel not only allowed her to stay, but offered to become her personal maid. Riedel added to her proposal that the title is important for the maid, and in the future, when she gets married, this will serve as a good description for her in her biography. Elliot was very happy about this, thanking Riedel for it, and saying that she really is an angel, as people say. Elliot even bowed to her for her mercy, but Riedel continued to smile and tell her to stop it and get to her feet quickly. Turning to the servant, who had been standing nearby all this time, Riedel waved her hand at her, ordering her to take Mrs. Elliot to her room. The maid humbly said that she would carry out all the instructions. Riedel could only watch the guest and servant leave with a smile, while Elliot continued to wipe away her tears and look as sad as possible. Looking dreamily to the side and smiling at something, Riedel admitted that this would all be much more fun and exciting than she had previously thought. The next day, a luxurious royal carriage had already arrived at the Duke of Rouave's castle, from which an important guest was about to exit. A polite servant greeted the Marquis of Rognac and asked him if he had encountered any difficulties during the trip. The guest replied that there were no such problems, after which the subordinate said that in that case, the Duke of Rouave would soon arrive to him. While waiting for his interlocutor, the Marquis of Rognac thought that the Duke of Cahel always kept people away from him. But, unexpectedly for the Marquis, such a person decided to have a personal meeting with him. Rouvahala Rognac is the second prince of the kingdom of Hildebrun. As Rognac continued to think, he realized that the Duke was more straightforward when it came to business. Even though this is good, there is still something that worries the Marquis. The Marquis wonders if the Duke is allowing himself too much. It seems that thoughts were walking not only in the head of the thinking Marquis, but throughout the whole room. sighing sadly. The important guest did not understand why Cahel was making him wait, and why he did not realize that it was very rude for a noble person to detain people. Quite a long time had passed since the Marquis found himself in the waiting room, and when the clock already showed 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the demonic Duke appeared in front of him, who immediately thanked Rognac for the wait. Despite his friendliness, the Marquis was in his thoughts dissatisfied with the Duke's behavior. Showing friendliness, Rognac stood up from his chair, saying that everything was fine. But looking at the demonic aristocrat, Marquis Rognac was incredibly surprised by his appearance, not even trying to take his eyes off him. The Duke of Cahel appeared before the Marquis wearing a vest on which Rena had embroidered exquisite patterns for him. This is what made the Marquis of Rognac surprised and admired by the beauty of the aristocrat. The beauty of his interlocutor made the Marquis blush, saying with embarrassment that His Excellency is shining very gracefully today. The Duke only seriously thanked his colleague for the compliment. Coming closer to the Marquis, the Duke of Rouave said with a smile that the way he called him just now was too formal a greeting, so he asked to simply call him Cahel. From such sincerity and beauty, the Marquis of Rognac finally succumbed to the power that enchanted him, realizing that he really liked the image of the Duke of Cahel. The guest immediately turned away, realizing that Cahel was still able to charm him, even though he had drunk the purification potion a few days ago. Covering his mouth with his hand from embarrassment, Rognac said that in this case, Cahel should also call him by name. After this, the two aristocrats sat down at the table while the butler poured hot tea into their cups. Cahel admitted that he was glad that they found a common language. Noticing this, the butler asked Cahel why it was not the servants who were looking after him, as is usually the case, but the butler. The Duke replied that he could not keep ordinary people around him. The Marquis apologized for his possible rudeness, but the Duke answered with a smile that there was nothing wrong with that, because he himself understood that butlers usually do not do this. The Duke also decided to tell that in fact Ardo is a knight who could once lead an army, but now, after being seriously injured during a battle with monsters, he has become the Duke's personal butler, thanks to which the master trusts him more than others. This made the Marquis look at Ardo in surprise, admitting that he had not even thought that a warrior could become such a good servant. Ardo thanked the gentleman for such words, asking him to come to them more often. The cheerful Duke of Rouave told Ardo not to worry, because now he and the Marquis have become business partners, so of course they will see each other more often. The main character also said that he wants to confess something to Rognac directly. The Duke said that he needed the connections and influence of the Marquis to manage the exclusive heliotrope business with the Kingdom of Hildebrun. Cahel also said that he meant the king and the crown prince of the kingdom, because the Marquis Rognac is the only one who can easily and correctly convey everything to them. And in exchange for this, according to the Duke, he will help the Marquis of Rognac establish trade relations in Logos, because he heard that his guest was interested in a lot of things in his country. Continuing to speak, Cahel said that if everything works out, the crown prince will see the sincerity of his half-brother. Hearing this, the Marquis of Rognac became embarrassed, because he realized that the Duke fully knew who he was. The Duke replied that this is so, and he has a desire to head the fashion sector in Logos, but so far only Mrs. Riedel is doing this. In addition, her family closely follows changes in fashion. Admiring the tea and desserts on the table, the Duke said that he would really like to diversify the competition in this business, and therefore he is counting on the support of the Marquis. Rognac replied that in this matter, it was necessary to obtain permission from Riedel herself, but the Duke reassured him by answering that she would definitely agree with this decision, because she was crazy about fashion. The Marquis thought about it, not intending to rush to conclusions. The Duke only said that if he approved of his idea, he would give him exactly as much help in his business as needed. Finally, Rognac rose from his chair and said that he understood the Duke, after which he promised to bring him good news about the heliotrope deal. The Duke was about to open the door for him, guessing that most likely the Marquis was saying that they would meet again soon. Once again charming the Marquis of Rognac with his appearance, the Duke admitted that in this case, he would look forward to their next meeting. The Marquis again could not restrain his gaze from embarrassment at the Duke, thanking him for today's invitation. In fact, the Marquis understands that the Duke of Cahel is piercing him to the very heart. But as soon as the Duke left the room, he noticed Rena next to him, who was carrying a tray with her, and also stopped, forcing not only Kel, but also Rognak to look at her. Rena, like a decent maid, continued to look after the Duke after he saw the Marquis off. Laying out the service on the table, the girl was preparing to pour tea into a mug. Cahel simply watched the actions of his personal maid, realizing that her appearance in front of the Marquis had just complicated the whole situation several times over. The Duke understands that after the Marquis saw Rena, he probably had many questions, because before that, Cahel told him that he does not like to keep people close to him. Because of this, Cahel is afraid, imagining in his mind that if he tells this to anyone, the royal family may have many questions and they may capture Rena for personal research. I am alarmed because of this. The Duke understands that although she may truly turn out to be a spy, he will not be able to let her go so easily, since thanks to her he was able to feel real life. The Duke is very worried about this, which is evident from his behavior. However, Cahel's terrible thoughts were interrupted by Rena herself, who asked him if everything was okay with him. The girl asked her master again if something had happened that made him suddenly feel so sad. Looking at the maid, the hero of the story didn't even know what to answer. One could understand a lot from Rena's eyes. She is sincerely worried about her master's condition, which is clearly visible in all her actions and words. Not intending to tell Renee his true experiences, Cahel said that he was fine. Looking into her eyes, the Duke feels a strange peace in his soul. Continuing to stay in the room, where in addition to books there were also expensive exhibits, the Duke warned the maid that he would soon need to update his wardrobe, and he would entrust this task to her. Rena asked if he needed help with his choice. In response to this, Cahel said that in his opinion she had prepared his clothes. Then why was she asking him such a question? Rena was confused and said that it just seemed to her that this vest was simple for him. The Duke guessed that she considered his clothes, to put it mildly, ordinary and not unique, to which Rena embarrassedly replied that this was so. But Cahel was not upset, saying with a smile that soon he would invite a tailor to the castle and she would need to take measurements. Rena was very happy about the news, smiling sincerely and telling Cahel that she would continue to try her best. At the moment when Rena showed him her smile, Cahel was surprised by something, looking at the girl as if she made him see the light or open his eyes to something. He understands that there is no pity or sympathy in her smile, and thanks to this, someone who could make him happy appeared before Cahel. Because of this, the Duke extended his hand to the girl, trying to do something, but Rena moved away from him, saying that she had completely forgotten to clean the table after the tea party, and now she would do everything. Cahel could only squeeze the hand with which he wanted to do something, agreeing with her words about the uncleaned table. The Duke only said that he sincerely relied on her. In the world of the Manhwa, Logos is a country in which power from time immemorial has passed through the female line. In a ruling dynasty, there is always a daughter who will be the successor, and having inherited royal power, subordinate to 2 duchies, she becomes the next ruler. While telling all this to the curious Renee, the butler said that the current queen Fabiana Ardenia and her husband, a former duke named Valerian Rupelio, had not yet given birth to a princess. Meanwhile, the duke stood next to them, doing something in front of the mirror. The butler also said that Valerian's birthday celebrations have always been more modest than the princess's birthday, but if she is not there, the event will be quite large-scale. Hearing this, Rena said that she guessed why the Duke was ordering new clothes for himself. The butler said everything was correct. While adjusting his shirt, the Duke turned to his personal maid, asking her if she had learned how to take measurements thanks to the lessons of her butler teacher. Rena replied that that was exactly the case, but she wondered if the Duke really minded that she would be the one to do it. The maid asks such a question because she does not think that maids are allowed to do this. The Duke replied that he did not like people very much, and even more so after her appearance, Ardo could afford to rest. At this time, the butler wrote something down with a pen, while Rena was surprised and agreed with His Majesty's words. Taking the sewing ruler in her hands, Rena said with a smile that in that case she would begin her task and work. While in a beautiful room with a mirror, lamps, and small furniture, Rena asked the silent Duke to briefly spread his arms to the sides to measure the circumference of his chest. The girl was already preparing to measure the body of the worried Duke warning the Duke to say what exactly he did not like about her actions. But the Duke could not hide his excitement from those around him. He was seriously worried because Reina was the first person to come so close to him. However, that was not all. The Duke begins to remember his terrible dreams and the reality when he was pestered by drugged people who asked him to look at him, hug, or kiss him. Even his palm shook with wild fear. He tried to restrain himself without appearing too strong. In his head, he remembered the voices of the possessed, who confessed their love to him and that they wanted to take possession of him. The Duke even began to sweat, breathing hard. He remembered with shock all the words of people in love with him, who admitted that for his sake they were even ready to kill another person or himself, just to get his attention. But the terrible thoughts of the frightened Duke were interrupted by the kind Reina. She asked him what was the matter, calling the Duke His Excellency. The girl looked at the intimidated Duke Cahel, asking him if she had done something wrong and if he was uncomfortable. Cahel also looked at Reina in surprise, without saying a word. The Duke calmed down a little from the terrible memories, answering that he was fine. Reina answered enthusiastically that in that case she would continue her work. While Reina continued to measure the Duke's parameters, the butler Ardo looked at Cahel and realized that the maid had just been able to calm him down and continue her work next to him. Looking at the maid and Cahel, the butler remembered that the Duke had always had a hard time because of his curse, but now he got a glimpse of how he enjoyed ordinary life in the presence of another person. Remembering how he protected the growing Duke all his life, Ardo realizes that this is not just progress, but something like a miracle. Realizing this, the butler blushed and felt embarrassed with happiness for the Duke of Ruava, realizing that he now felt better. But at that moment the maid Reina began to call him. Waking up from his good thoughts, Ardo looked at Reina in surprise, asking her what it was. It turns out that the maid wanted to say that she had already done everything. The butler was amazed at this, admitting that she was very fast. The Duke also noticed his butler's mood swings, telling him that it had been a long time since he had been thinking while working. Ardo replied that he seemed very pleased with the decision to update his wardrobe, after which he suggested calling the merchant and choosing a new brooch. But because of such a proposal, it seems that the Duke's severity made the room dark. Cahel replied that what he had in his wardrobe was enough for him, and there was no need to waste it. Ardo remained silent at the Duke's words, because he expected a completely different answer from his master. Having played along a little for Reina, the butler sadly told her that, unfortunately, the Duke refused to buy new jewelry, but he wanted to show her the brooches that were popular among aristocrats. The Duke wanted to get his word in so that Ardo would stop talking nonsense, but Reina had already heard it and answered His Majesty that he really needed to watch something new. But in that case, she was very sorry. But His Excellency could not contradict the girl. Turning away from everyone, the Duke displeasedly ordered the butler to go fetch the merchant. Ardo immediately obeyed and went to carry out the order. After a while, a merchant appeared in the castle, who immediately showed the heroes his goods, expensive jewelry with different stones. The curious merchant asked Reina how many brooches they wanted to buy. Reina replied that maybe a couple. While the merchant asked those present if they needed to buy one brooch, Reina looked at them all with surprise and admiration on her face. The merchant, like a true professional in his body, said that if they want to buy something discreet, they will suit products from Morion and Rauktopaz, or Cameo or Obsidian. After this, the man asked again what exactly they wanted to buy. Reina continued to look at the merchant's brooches, but suddenly the Duke of Ruave leaned towards her and asked which one she thought would look better on him. The maid immediately looked at the beautiful red brooch, thinking that it perfectly matched the color of His Majesty's eyes. Thanks to one brooch, the girl imagined the Duke of Cahel in her head in completely new clothes, and with a new ruby brooch, imagining him more confident, handsome, and charismatic than usual. The merchant decided to interject his opinion, saying that this is an excellent choice because his ruby brooches are of the highest quality. But the Duke did not answer the old man, telling Renee to look again at what she liked. As a result, the Duke and Reina started talking about others, for example, Morion jewelry, talking about looking at something else for themselves. The butler could only write down all the most important things in silence. After some time, the Duke and Reina were finally able to choose jewelry. They selected a lot of brooches for different tastes and colors, telling the merchant that they had finally decided. The jeweler's salesman was happy about this, thanking him for such a choice. The Duke continued to look at his new jewelry, while behind him the butler handled the finances and handed the merchant the stack of money he had received from selling them so much jewelry. Rena was looking at the jewelry in the same way until the Duke called her. The girl instantly responded to this, looking at her master and asking him what was the matter. Much to the girl's surprise, Ruav called her to give her one piece of jewelry. He showed the maid a small brooch with a red stone, saying that it was for her. Rena was already catching the brooch in her palms while Kahel explained to her that it was a gift for her work and hard work in the castle. Of course, the girl was surprised at such an expensive gift, telling Duke Ruav that this was a precious thing for her. But the main character calmly replied that she should not be surprised by this if she served in the Duke's castle. The maid could only thank His Majesty for such an immodest gift, while Kahel himself smiled slightly in the girl's face. After another difficult day at work, Rena, as always, fell into sleep, where she dreamed of memories of the past. She dreams of how she, along with other maids, helped Mrs. Elliot with her outfit. She calmly adjusted her dress below, while Elliot admired herself in the mirror with another maid. But suddenly, Elliot turned to Renee indignantly and asked her what she had in her hands. The girl didn't even understand what the lady meant. Angrily pointing her finger at the servant, Elliot once again asked what she had in her hands. Rena sincerely replied that it was nothing, and she was simply adjusting the hem of her dress. But that didn't stop Elliot. Elliot shouted that Rena shouldn't think she was stupid, because she knew what she really wanted was to tear the gems off her dress. The maid wanted to object to the mistress, but she only ordered another maid to take off Rena's clothes and urgently search her. The maid had already begun to undress Rena's dress, while the girl herself begged them to believe her. Elliot, of course, didn't hear her and had no intention of being kind to her. At that moment, Rena abruptly woke up from the nightmare and got out of bed, even screaming and sweating from fear. Scared to death, Rena looked around her room, realizing that it was just a nightmare and that in fact she was in the calm and safe castle of Ruava. There really was no one around. It was night outside the window, and Rena was the only person in the room who woke up in the middle of a quiet hour. Having caught her breath from what had happened, Rena realized that she was having this nightmare for the umpteenth time. Looking at the brooch that the Duke had previously given her, she thinks that the moment when her owner hates her can be seriously compared to death. The girl carefully peered at the decoration with a purple stone and golden patterns, realizing that in the Fidelia family, the word of the Lord was law, and she was afraid that the same thing would happen to Duke Ruav. With a trembling hand, Rena took the brooch in her hands, convincing herself that Kahel was a little different from other aristocrats, since he even wanted to give her such an expensive thing to an ordinary maid. Clutching the jewelry in her hand and praying that the Duke will not want to kill her the first time, Rena hopes that she will be right in this matter. The next day, the Duke of Ruav was already traveling to celebrate the birthday of the ex-duke of his kingdom in a luxurious carriage, when the Marquis of Rognac was traveling with him to the holiday. Duke Kahel thanked his colleague for the fact that thanks to him his business with heliotropes began to develop. While talking with the Marquis of Rognac, the Duke discussed with him that this was an ideal place for a personal audience with His Majesty, and a banquet on the occasion of the ex-duke's birthday would be an excellent opportunity for the Marquis. After this, Kahel asked his colleague whether his future meeting with the Queen would be his first. To this, Rognac replied that no, because they had already met at one diplomatic meeting. The Marquis added to his words that during that meeting he was only the second prince and was constantly in the shadows, so he is afraid that the Queen will not even remember him. The Duke said that he understood his words. Smiling at his interlocutor, Duke Ruav said that today he will become not a shadow, but a strategic partner of the Queen, which he will definitely take care of. But besides this, Kahel said that the Marquis could introduce himself at a future banquet as his close friend. The Duke's words made the Marquis of Rognac feel embarrassed, trying to find at least some words. He really likes Kahel, so he definitely won't remain indifferent to such words. Once again, with a blush on his cheeks and pretending that he wanted to clear his throat, the Marquis asked the Duke whether he would really grant him such a favor. Kahel replied that this would be the best way to show everyone his trust in Rognac, which is why he made such a decision. The Duke of Ruav looked at the Marquis, acknowledging that he trusted him, emphasizing that he was not the type to go around telling everyone about the personal life of his close friend. In fact, the main character says this so that Ronyak does not tell others anything about Reyna. Cahel even asked if his interlocutor remembered one incident related to his personal life and a special maid. The Duke talks about the moment when the Marquis caught Reyna serving Ruav, bringing him tea. Hanging over the Marquis Ronyak, Cahel said that he apparently did not need to continue explaining, because he already understood everything perfectly. The second prince of the neighboring kingdom even became afraid of this behavior of his new friend. Clenching his hand into a fist, the Marquis finally understood why all this was necessary. At first it seemed to him that he was very merciful to him, but in fact, as he thought, the Duke of Ruav could not be mistaken. Ultimately, the carriage continued on its way, and the Marquis, who understood everything to the smallest detail, modestly said that he understood His Majesty. After long hours of travel, the heroes were still able to reach the mansion where the celebration was held. Live classical music was playing in a large and spacious hall, which created a magical atmosphere. One aristocrat had already greeted the Queen and the ex-duke with a bow, telling them that he hoped that nothing bad had happened to them. The grateful Queen said that it was so, adding that they had not seen each other for a long time. After this, the noblewoman asked the aristocrat how he was doing. The aristocrat replied that it was only thanks to her that everything was fine with him. And from such words, Queen Ardania smiled and, laughing, said that she was happy for him. Wanting to continue the conversation, the Queen wanted to ask the aristocrat about his business, which he had recently begun to develop. But at that moment, the man turned his head to the side, because he saw something that surprised him. The aristocrat continued to look at a certain person in surprise, causing the Queen to awkwardly call him so that the Lord would pay attention to her again. But nothing worked. In the end, the Queen became angry with the Lord, but the aristocrat already had to run on urgent business, which is why he apologized to the Queen for his rudeness. Queen Ardania, embittered with him, decided to turn her head exactly in the direction where the curious Lord was looking, in the hope of finding out the answer to the question of what made him so distracted from the conversation. But what she saw also left her stunned. The Queen fell silent for a moment, looking at the mysterious person at the banquet. Among the aristocrats and other people, familiar faces appeared, a girl with incredibly long blonde hair and a guy with the same beauty. They walked proudly past everyone, showing everyone their aristocratic origins. A voice notified everyone in the area that Mr. Rian and Mrs. Riedel from the Santella family had arrived for the holiday. The brother and sister looked proudly at everyone present, showing everyone their confidence and status. One of the aristocrats immediately ran up to Riedel to tell her that she was truly an angel in the flesh, and then kiss her hand. The aristocrat also said that she, as always, exceeds all expectations, and he could not sleep, waiting to meet her. But such sincere words from a man made Riedel only smile modestly, looking somewhere to the side. Watching closely how everyone immediately turned their attention to Lady Santella, begging her to at least talk or sit together, Queen Ardania became even more angry, most likely jealous of her. Having abandoned her partner, the ex-duke, the Queen immediately moved somewhere, intending to urgently take her actions. Valerian was not surprised by Ardania's behavior, silently looking at her anger and discontent. When the couple sat down at their main seats, the ex-duke tried to calm the Queen, telling her that, after all, only she was the queen of this country. Ardania, still angry about something, agreed with the man's words, but she had one but. Not knowing how to react or how to calm herself down, the Queen squeezed her palm, first placing it on the arm of the throne. With her head down, she tried to recover from her envy, asking Valerian who would come to them this time. To the surprise of the tired Queen, a voice loudly exclaimed that the owner of Teraruava and Alandokia, Cardelia and Chardin, the Duke of Ruav, had arrived. This caused Ardania to raise her astonished gaze and look ahead. The Duke of Ruav actually appeared at the celebration in the most luxurious attire that could be created. His collar was decorated with a red brooch, and the image itself was truly aristocratic and ideal for him. In addition to the red brooch, the usual potassium hung on his neck, which invited his demonic, seductive power, allowing people around him not to be intoxicated. Cahel was just passing by, but all the aristocrats were already whispering that he was the devil in the flesh, charming people. Everyone was afraid that because of his beautiful image and magic, there would again be several fainting spells at the festival, but only the Duke did not care. One aristocrat was even scared for not drinking the purification potion today, but his colleague immediately gave him his spare flask of the potion, telling him to drink it just in case. But the ladies, unlike the men, were already fascinated by the beauty of the Duke of Ruava. They looked at him with admiration, imagining that he even had a halo over his head. However, Riedel greeted her longtime friend with a smile, admitting out loud that every year he looked more and more like a demon seducer, and not just a duke. Ignoring all the aristocrats around who were whispering unpleasant words about him, the Duke of Ruave stood in the middle of the path and said that he welcomed His Majesty the Queen to this holiday. In addition to the greeting, Cahel wished that the words of the Logos would be eternal under the Queen's rule, after which he bowed. The Queen silently approved of the aristocrat's appearance, asking him how he had been doing all this time. However, the Queen also noticed the Marquis next to him, after which she asked the Duke who it was next to him. Cahel replied that this was his close friend, the Marquis of Rognac, who would be his companion today. Deciding to also greet the Queen, the Marquis approached her and kissed her hand, saying that he hoped that she was in good health. Ardinia smiled from such attention from the aristocrats to her. After the Marquis of Rognac said his name, the Queen admitted that she now recognized him as he came closer to her. Queen Ardania said that she recognized him as the second Prince Hildebrand. The Queen politely admitted that she could not help but welcome the friend of the Duke of Ruava himself, after which she asked what exactly brought him to her. The Marquis replied that he was led by what he really wanted to tell her. At this time, Rian and Riedel stood not far from the Queen and the Marquis and carefully watched them. Ryan said that as soon as the Duke of Cahel heard about the positive results of heliotrope research, he immediately called on the Marquis to develop his business, which, as always, is in his spirit. Riedel added that their father sent their uncle to Hildebrand too late, and it seems that he foresaw this. A dissatisfied Riedel supplemented her words by saying that it was not profitable for them to enter into a contract with Ruav if in a few years they were going to reduce the price of ore, and then, out of the blue, they signed this contract. Although Riedel recalls that their uncle warned them about this, Rian said with a smile that Cahel is simply too smart, and maybe they should also replace the heliotrope in their mansion with Cahel's stone, because it has much higher efficiency and the like. But Riedel pinched her impudent brother's hand for such words, hinting that this was simply unforgivable for them. Looking angrily at Rian, Riedel asked him not to throw words around as easily as he did now. Ryan answered sadly that her pinch was very painful, and he would not say that again. Looking at Duke Ruawa, Rian thought that it was just a joke from him, but Riedel reacted to it too seriously than necessary. In addition, Brother Riedel understands that Cahel is determined in his actions. While taking a glass of wine from the servant's tray, Ryan talked to his sister about how he simply wanted to think positively. But Riedel replied that he should be much more serious about this matter. As he took his first sip of the fine wine, Rian kept thinking that Cahel was definitely far ahead of them, since even his father, Demian Ruav, was a difficult man in his age. Continuing to be interested in Cahel's personality, Rian asked his sister a rhetorical question, asking whether such a person as the Duke of Ruav even had a weakness. His brother's words made Riedel even more silently angry at him, while Rian himself calmly drank wine, humming his favorite tunes. However, Rian's questions seriously made Riedel think. She sharply turned away from her brother, anxiously wondering whether the demonic Duke really had weak points. While the Santella family was thinking about the Duke, the Marquis continued to talk with the Queen about how he, as a foreign diplomat, really liked this country. And it is for this reason that, with an elegant wave of his hand, with the permission of the Queen, he would like to try to open a business in the fashion industry in Logos. Queen Ardinia was surprised by the words of the Marquis of Rognac, asking him about his business. The foreign diplomat said that this is all true, and he is ready to start a business here. Looking at the Duke of Ruava, the Marquis said that he had already received support regarding this from Cahel, so he was confident that everything would work out. Rognac said that this is also good for secular society, because at present the intelligentsia is in the hands of only one person. The Marquis is referring to the influential Riedel Santella, who sticks her nose into almost every fashion-related business in the kingdom. Looking slyly at the Marquis Rognac, the Queen realized that she also wanted to reduce the influence of the almost omnipotent Riedel Santella. Therefore, she says with a smile that she will look forward to such a conversation. Having approved the foreign diplomat's proposal, the Queen told them to go to the Purple Room, where they would discuss all the details of this matter together. The Queen also invited Duke Ruavu to join them. Duke Ruav immediately bowed to the Queen, telling her that he would definitely do everything as she told him. Riedel, who was standing nearby, saw this very well. However, the Duke's conversation with the Queen was suddenly interrupted by a woman's voice, which told Her Majesty that they had not seen each other for a long time. Cahel immediately noticed this. A girl was approaching the Queen, whose dress was already familiar to everyone. It was decorated with many beautiful shiny stones and rhinestones. This girl turned out to be the brave Riedel, who complimented the Queen, saying that her red dress was like the sun. It blinded everyone around with its beauty. But Her Majesty was silent. Queen Ardenia only looked at Mrs. Santella, who allowed herself to interrupt her conversation with the Marquis and the Duke so brazenly and ill-mannered. Showing her aristocracy to everyone around, the fair-haired girl in a beautiful dress, placing her hand on her neckline, said that the Queen was personally greeted by Riedel Santella. As a result, the Queen said that she was glad that Riedel Santella was present at this holiday. Looking at the Duke of Ruava and the future Duchess Santella, Her Majesty admitted that she had always admired these two duchies. Looking at Riedel, the Queen also said that Duke Santella, that is, the girl's father, is one of the most outstanding people, so she is not worried about anything. This made Riedel smile widely. The Queen smiled and decided to compliment Duke Ruavu, saying that he was very smart and wise, despite the fact that he took the title of Duke at such a young age. According to Ardeni, absolutely all nobles should follow his example. Riedel pierced the Queen with her sly gaze as she told her that she would also root for Santella to become as wise a ruler as the hero of the story. Creating a tense atmosphere around her, Riedel only thanked the Queen for such kind words, charming everyone with her smile and sweetness. Time passed and the festive banquet gradually came to an end, when the sun was already setting behind the horizon and the aristocratic guests were going home. Mrs. Riedel's white and rich carriage was already leaving the castle, while her friend named Maria told her that Queen Ardenia allowed herself too much in front of her. Maria continued to tell Riedel that she had come to greet her, and the Queen, in turn, spoke only about Duke Ruava, and even the title of Ardenia does not allow her to mock Mrs. Riedel like that. The friend also said that the ex-duke could not be noticed because of Her Majesty's dress, and it was his birthday. Maria is very sorry for this gentleman, but Riedel replied that saying such a thing would be disrespectful. However, Maria continued to be indignant, telling Riedel that the Queen's behavior was disrespectful to her, and she had not even given birth to a princess, the future heir. Riedel asked her friend to stop saying such things as the carriage continued on its way. Riedel warned her interlocutor that if anyone heard her words, there would be a lot of problems. But Maria calmly said that everyone in the kingdom had known about this for a long time, and she spoke only out of concern. Maria wanted to change the topic of conversation a little, saying that people were talking about how Her Majesty should quickly adopt the young lady and give her the throne. And according to Maria, it would be good if this lady was Riedel. Riedel, putting a finger to her lips, hinting for her to be quieter, said that she understood her feelings, but she still needed to be careful with her words. The aristocrat's friend understood Riedel's words only by telling her that her only drawback was excessive kindness. Riedel smiled, calming down for everything she was worried about before. While in the carriage, Riedel thought that even if society thinks so, it is not time yet. She does not have the power passed down from generation to queens, and without her, even if she becomes a ruler, she will not be able to subjugate the Ruav family. Imagining herself as a swan shackled in chains, Riedel realized that the Ruav family would interfere with the growth of Santella's power, and moreover, Cahel could become king. With a sly smile, Riedel warned herself that for this reason she needed to be very careful until everything was perfectly prepared. Meanwhile, the Duke of Ruav returned to his castle late at night. He entered and was immediately greeted by the butler and Reina, who bowed low to him. Ruav didn't even pay attention to the butler, but immediately noticed the maid Rina, looking at her with his interested eyes. Kahel decided to call Rina, to which the girl instantly responded, raising her head and asking what was the matter. Extending his hand to the girl, Duke Ruav said that with her help, everything went well, after which, wanting to thank the lady, he asked if she had any wish. Hearing this, Rina was very surprised and overjoyed like a brown rabbit, asking Ruav if he really wanted to do something for her. Flustered, Rina replied that the Duke was too kind to her, because she had done nothing of the sort. The Duke replied that this was not true at all, since thanks to her preparations, he had managed to obtain an audience with Her Majesty, so he simply wanted to know about her desire. The Duke invited the hard-working Renee to buy her jewelry, after which he said that tomorrow he would call the merchant and take the latest fashionable jewelry of each type. This made Rina even more surprised, as if she were a brown rabbit. The butler and the Duke looked at Rina with a smile, while she herself told them that she didn't need anything like that, and didn't need to give her something like that. In this case, Kahel asked what exactly his personal maid wanted. Rina thought, looking down and about to say what she was really thinking. Unexpectedly for the Duke himself, Rina said that she would like to know about the people who lived with her in the Fidelia castle. The Duke was surprised by the lady's words, asking her who exactly she was talking about. Rina, placing her hand on her chest, admitted that these people were her family, and she left them without even saying goodbye. Deciding to put his word in, Duke Ruav suggested that in his opinion, if they replaced her family, she missed them very much. All of Ruav's assumptions turned out to be true. Extending his hand with a black glove to Rina, the Duke asked her to tell him more information about her family, to which the confused Rina began to tell that when she was left alone at the age of 10, Uncle Theo assigned her as a maid at the Fidelia castle. Telling the Duke that Uncle Theo worked in the stable, Rina began to remember her past life, how Theo always supported and raised her, stroking her on the head and asking if something was hard for her. Remembering his face, beautiful eyes and beard, Rina still remembers in her head his words that she can come to him at any time. Rina also remembered her brother Sid, who protected her, an illegitimate child along with his uncle. The stepbrother really protected his sister in any difficult situations. Because of their strong relationship with each other, people actually thought that they were brother and sister. But this was not the case, even if they always rejoiced together and were happy. The girl continued to tell the Duke about her past and about her family, constantly looking into his eyes and raising her palms. However, at this point, Rina clearly noticed that her Duke became suspiciously serious when she began to tell him about her family. Kahel really lowered his head and thought about the fact that she grew up with them as if they were family. Because of this, Rina realized that she should no longer so easily tell the aristocrat about her life as a simple girl. Spreading her hands, she said that she herself did not notice how she allowed herself to ask such a thing from the Duke, so he may not fulfill her frank requests. But the Duke was not going to act negatively towards the maid. He clarified with Rina regarding the fact that Sid was not her blood relative, but protected her, which is why everyone considered them to be brother and sister. Rina replied that it was true. The Duke lowered his hand, looking at his personal maid. This scared the girl a little, which is why she asked the aristocrat what was the matter and what happened. Smiling at the personal maid, Kahel told Rina not to worry, as he would send people to find out about their well-being. But then he interrupted himself, saying that there was a better idea. He would bring them here, because the castle was always missing a pair of hands anyway. The words of Duke Ruava made Rina rejoice as much as she had never rejoiced in her life. She admiringly thanked the aristocrat for this, looking at him with the happiest eyes in the world. Rejoicing for his colleague, the butler patted Rina on the head, saying that he sincerely congratulated her. The girl continued to rejoice without even saying anything. The main character looked carefully at how happy Rina was, and how the butler stroked her on the top of her head. The Duke was silent, but deep down, of course, he was happy for his maid. However, the Duke, clutching his potassium in his hand and looking at Rina, thought about why he felt some kind of unpleasant feeling, even though he knew that he was doing a good deed. He doesn't understand why this bothers him. The next day, the servants already began to carry out the order of the Duke of Ruava. The people he needed were captured, and just in case, their hands were tied. The maid, who worked for Mrs. Elliot and who still works at the Fidelia family's castle, looked proudly at Sid and Theo, who were caught by her men and had their hands tied. Looking at them with her gray eyes, the maid said to herself with a smile that they had just done a good job. Theo raised his head to the maid, sadly asking her why they were doing this to the two of them. The maid answered immediately that a letter had arrived from the Duke of Ruava, and he ordered them to be sent to his castle right now. The maid continued to tell the men that he ordered them to be sent for the reason that he had an illegitimate child, born of a dissolute woman, spinning around him, and she did not know what exactly happened, but she apparently greatly disturbed the peace of the Duke. Realizing that the maid was talking about his half-sister Rena right now, Sid cried out why she hated Rena so much, and what she had done wrong to her. Immediately after this, one soldier hit Sid on the head for being so rude, ordering him to shut up. The maid narcissistically asked if Sid was interested in what this girl had done. Sid silently looked at the maid, who allowed herself to command them, and who said that Rena's mother, a foreigner of unknown origin, dared to seduce a nobleman and give birth to a child from him, so it was natural that Rena should bear responsibility for this. But suddenly, Sid decided to insert his sharp word, telling the surprised maid that it was she who had been running after Baron Fidelia from a young age, and therefore was jealous that Rena's mother attracted his attention more than she herself. The maid never expected to hear such a truth, which made her confused. Deciding to finish off the maid with his own words, Sid, with an evil smile, said that she should look at herself in the mirror before pestering the Baron. After all, if, according to Sid, he were in the place of Baron Fidelia, he would not even look at a maid like her. The maid became seriously angry at Sid's words, asking him how dare he say such shocking words to her. Turning to the soldiers, she threateningly ordered them to immediately send them both to Duke Ruavu, to which the soldiers instantly agreed. One of the guards immediately approached Sid, loudly ordering him to stand up and roughly holding him by the shoulder. But Sid continued to think about his half-sister. He is afraid and worried about her, because he doesn't even know anything about Rena from the moment she disappeared from the Fidelia family. After a short amount of time, Sid and Theo finally ended up in the castle of Duke Ruava. Inside, there were many expensive things and antiques, which ordinary villagers like Theo and Sid looked at. Theo even trembled with fear, telling Sid that their song had already been sung and the end had come for them. Otherwise, he did not know why exactly they were called to the luxurious castle of the aristocrat himself. In response to this, Sid, similarly trembling with fear, asked Theo what they had done so bad that they were brought right here. Theo decided to ask his friend if he thought Rena died because she did something wrong. The excited Sid wanted to object to Theo, but did not have time, because at that moment a nobleman came to them, who said that they were probably very tired after a long journey. It turns out that it was not an aristocrat who appeared in front of ordinary villagers, but the castle's butler, Ardo. He held in his hands a purification potion, which helps not to succumb to the seductive magic of the Duke, and told Theo and Sid to drink it. But the guys, noticing a strange potion in the hands of the butler, similar to poison, became very wary, really thinking that this was a poisoning potion and the aristocrats were really trying to execute them. Already resigned to the fact that they were going to be executed, Theo decided, scared and embarrassed, to at least ask if the butler could at least tell them the reason why they wanted to kill them. Ardo was surprised by these words, wondering why they would do this. Realizing that the commoners were afraid of the potion, the butler explained to the villagers that they now had a purification potion in front of them, and they needed to drink it before meeting His Excellency. As a result, Theo and Sid hurriedly began to drink all the purification potion from the flask. But at that moment the butler noticed the arrival of one important person, which is why he turned his head towards him. This man, as expected, turned out to be the Duke of Ruav, who was already walking towards Theo and Sid, looking at them with ruby eyes in which there was both seriousness and a certain restrained indifference. Both villagers instantly stood up from the sofa, bowing low to the demon aristocrat and greeting him with words. It is clear from their behavior that they are incredibly worried and afraid of him. But the Duke only calmly ordered them to sit down. The Duke also told the new guests that one of them is Theo and the other is Sid. From this, both guys exchanged glances, looking excitedly into each other's eyes. Theo replied that this was so, but the Duke remained silent. He looked at the guests with a gaze that indicated that he had clearly prepared before meeting them if he knew their names. Peering at Sid, the hero of the manhwa thinks that he gets the impression that they had a hard time, and Sid generally looks scared, but not broken. The Duke began his conversation by calling them to offer them a position as caretakers of the duchy's stables. Hearing this, the butler immediately wanted to whisper in the Duke's ear that hiring such commoners in the castle could be dangerous. But to this the Duke only ordered Ardo to call Rena here. The butler briefly told Renee to come in, and after that, the door to the hall opened slightly. Behind her was a girl whose dress was a discreet but elegant gray color, and Rena's hair was so silky and beautiful that it was difficult to take your eyes off it. The brown color shimmered from the light as she walked into their room. Sid immediately recognized the girl as the person with whom he spent every day of his past life. He even opened his mouth in surprise, looking at his close stepsister. Rena also opened her mouth slightly in shock. Her eyes sparkled with new highlights, and a blush appeared on her face. She instantly recognized her family as guests. She could not restrain herself and immediately ran into their arms, joyfully shouting their names. Sid even stood up from his seat, not believing his eyes. The little family hugged each other tightly, crying with happiness and laughing with delight. Sid was surprised, and at the same time, happy that she was alive. It turns out that she pinned up her beautiful hair with the brooch that the Duke gave to Renee earlier. Duke Kahel looked in surprise at the happy people and was amazed at Rena's reaction. He had never seen her as happy as she was now, but this was not so surprising compared to what happened next. Rena, unexpectedly for the Duke of Ruava himself, fell to her knees in front of him, which stunned Kahel. Rena turned to His Excellency, about to say something. Rena bowed several times to the aristocrat who was sitting on the chair, thanking him for such a favor and admitting that she did not even know how to repay him for this. Alarmed and surprised, the Duke rose from his chair and took Rena by the shoulders, telling her to rise immediately and admitting that he did not do this so that she would fall at his feet. And after the Duke ordered everyone to sit down, Rena calmed down and agreed with the nobleman's words. Being in a beautiful room with tulips and tableware, the Duke finally explained to the guests that Rena really wanted to know how they were doing, and that's why he wanted to reward her, because she refused the decorations and asked them to find them. The Duke also decided that it would be easier if he offered them work here, because he did not want to send Rena for them every time if he had the desire to reward her. From such words, Rena, Theo, and Sid were fascinated by the aristocrat's mercy. In addition, the Duke, turning away from the small family, said that he perfectly understands how long they have not seen each other, and they have something to discuss together, so he will leave them, and Ardo will ask to give them all the necessary instructions for their work. After the villagers shouted that they would definitely do everything right and would faithfully serve the Duke, Kahel left the room, exhaling after the emotional meeting of Rena's relatives. The thoughtful Duke walked along the corridor and thought that he didn't even think that Rena was capable of such bright, positive emotions, which surprised him. But remembering past events with Rena, the Duke understood that with him she was far from being what she could be. She was often afraid of him and behaved very modestly. Replaying Rena's emotions in his mind, which clearly showed her fear and fear of the Duke, Cahill guessed that he saw only fear in her eyes. Moreover, remembering the very first days when she first appeared in his castle, he could not help but notice how she was shaking with intimidation, not looking him in the eye. The Duke walked through the castle and understood that her family members should definitely have been invited to the castle so that Rena would be happy, but that's not what worries him at all. In fact, Cahill can't come to terms with whether Rena and Sid are too close. He can't stop thinking about it because he wants to know the answer to this question. The aristocrat realizes that they are close, but at the same time they are not blood relatives, and such hugs are very strange for Cahill. Walking into an unknown room in his castle, the Duke thinks that Sid definitely has feelings for Renee and should pay special attention to this in the future. Having closed the door behind him, Cahill still doesn't know what exactly he should do for this. He wanted to rest, but these thoughts did not leave his mind. The tired Duke sat down at his desk, intending to do something to take his mind off his thoughts. But he couldn't let go of Rena so easily. Leaning back, he sighed tiredly and difficultly, feeling something in the depths of his soul. Remembering the warm embrace with Rena that happened earlier, the Duke cannot understand what constantly appears in his soul. Something pleasant and difficult, giving him no peace. He remembers how nice it was for Renee to hug him, and how calm and affectionate she was with him. The Duke will never be able to forget these memories. From such memories, the Duke's hand clenched on the arm of the chair, trying not to torment himself with new feelings for Renee, but Cahel could not forbid himself to think about her. He touched his potassium, which at that moment was emitting a suspicious blue light. Bright feelings appeared for the first time in Cahel's dark soul. Some time after Rena's meeting with the family, the butler was doing his job in the castle, writing something down on paper while being in the hall. But he was distracted from his work by a woman's voice, which called Mr. Butler. Ardo immediately looked towards where the girl stood. A joyful and polite Ardo greeted Rena, who could fly with happiness. The girl noticed that the butler was putting things in order and then asked if he needed help. Cahel's personal maid began to help Ardo with flowers, offering to place these beautiful freesias in His Excellency's office. While Rena was talking with the butler, he himself was thinking that after her relatives appeared in the castle, she became even more beautiful. Ardo reflected on the fact that Rena, who came to this castle, was a frightened rabbit, afraid of everyone, but after meeting her family, she became completely different, happier and more joyful. However, the butler thought even deeper, realizing that not only Rena had changed for the better. The butler remembers that Duke Cahel had to grow up early, and no one else knows how deep his wounds are, because he did not even tell his father about it. But with the arrival of Rena, everything changed. After Rena took the freesias to Duke Ruava's office, the butler couldn't help but notice how Cahel, smiling, admired all the flowers, probably thinking about his personal maid. Even when the Duke noticed Ardo's presence nearby, he did not become serious, but continued to look at the flowers with a smile, greeting his butler. The Duke also said that he wanted to ask him for something. The butler looked carefully at the magazine he saw on the table. It turns out that the Duke needs the merchant who came to them last time, and the aristocrat asked the butler to return him. The Duke noticed the butler's curiosity and said that this was the latest issue of the wardrobe book describing new items. This was recommended to him by Rena, who said that this style is in fashion now. Turning his head to Ardo, Duke Cahel asked his colleague what he thought about this and whether such clothes would suit him. Looking at the Duke, the butler thought that he was very surprised that a person who had previously had no interest in clothes began to pay attention to such things, and it was probably good that Cahel was slowly changing. After Ardo visited the master, he warned Rena that the main character would soon have tea and need to get ready. Rena happily said that she understood everything. But Ardo was actually thinking about conducting some kind of experiment with Rena's help. After some time, Rena was already bringing the Duke a tray with service and tea, telling Cahel that she was bringing him a hot drink. The Duke, meanwhile, got up from his usual place of work, telling the girl that he had completely forgotten about the break, not noticing how time had flown by. Rena was already placing a teapot with a cup and saucer on another table, while Cahel approached her to sit at the table. However, the calm Duke's attention was attracted by what was on the table, in addition to the tea set. He looked at the dessert in surprise while Rena told him that she also brought the strawberry dessert that the chef recommended. There was indeed a delicious-looking dessert on the table, which consisted of strawberries, cream, and cookies. Rena kindly asked Cahel if he looked appetizing to him, but the Duke answered completely differently. To Rena's surprise, Cahel said that he didn't think so and that he didn't like desserts at all. The girl did not expect to hear this from an aristocrat, but she knew what to do. Remembering the words of the butler who advised her to say something in case the Duke said something wrong, Rena answered in confusion that for her he was really very tasty. While drinking tea, the Duke of Ruav unexpectedly said to the maid that in this case she should eat it. Surprised, Rena replied that she could not do that, since servants were not allowed to touch the owner's food. However, Rena continued to say that if it was something he didn't even touch, she could agree with him. With these words, the girl continued to stand near the Duke, waiting for him to try at least a piece. Cahel had already stuck his fork into the first bite of the delicious dessert, intending to taste it in the company of the curious Rena. At this moment, the Duke simply remained silent and prepared to try at least one piece of dessert, with which he clearly had bad experiences. On this basis, Cahel could not help but recall his childhood memories. He still remembers how he ate almost the same strawberry dessert in the company of his mother when he was little. Little Kahel's mother stroked his head, asking if it tasted good to him. The boy continued to eat the dessert, answering that of course it was very tasty. In response to this, the mysterious fair-haired woman smiled sweetly and looked at Kahel, who was enjoying the sweet food. Still, the aristocrat was able to eat one piece of strawberry cake, but then he did not even intend to enjoy its sweet taste, as can be seen from his behavior. Noticing the strangeness from Duke Ruava, the excited Reina asked him if he liked this dessert at all. The Duke replied that he was not and that he was fine. Moving the dish away from the chef, the aristocrat calmly said that he had done it, and now it was Reina's turn. The girl was amazed at this, asking the Duke to eat more, because he tried practically nothing. However, unexpectedly for the maid, her master stood up, inviting her to eat a piece strictly in turn. Reina asked Kahel in surprise about what he said, but Kahel was not going to answer her questions. He allowed her to sit at his place, after which Reina looked at the dish to shyly try a piece of the beautiful cake. Taking the fork in her hand, the girl decided to stick it into the strawberry, warning the Duke that she would not eat much. Reina immediately tasted the strawberry when she put it in her mouth, and immediately after that she felt the incredibly wonderful taste of ripe strawberries. Reina was quickly moved by the unsurpassed taste of strawberries, showing the Duke how much she liked the taste of the berry. And because of such cuteness, Duke Kahel even moved away from the girl. Reina, of course, asked him what was the matter, to which the aristocrat answered directly. She was simply too nice. At this, Reina was slightly indignant, holding a new piece of cake in her hand and telling the Duke to quickly try the dessert, because it was his turn. Kahel said that he would do everything now, but what happened after that surprised her even more. Suddenly the Duke took her hand by the wrist, pulling her along with him. At this time, with the same hand, she held a fork with a piece of cake, asking the aristocrat what he was doing. The Duke pulled the girl's hand towards him in order to eat a delicious piece of strawberry dessert from her palm. This not only surprised, but stunned the girl. She was embarrassed by the Duke's actions, looking him straight in the eyes. The girl looked in shock as His Majesty ate dessert from a fork, but Reina was also embarrassed by the fact that it was her fork with which she had just eaten. Reina, stunned, told the Duke about this, but the aristocrat reacted calmly, answering that the cutlery had previously been his. The Duke of Ruav was just licking the dessert cream from his fingers, while the maid was talking about how she dared to touch his cutlery and asking him to forgive him. The aristocrat answered contentedly that everything was fine, because no one had died. After that, looking at the dessert, which was slightly nibbled, the Duke said that everything else was left to her. Reina did not object, replying that His Majesty understood. Thanks to Mr. Reina, she was able to enjoy the dessert, gradually eating it in the company of the Duke, who did not take his eyes off her. The girl also enjoyed the pleasant taste of the cake, telling the Duke that she had never eaten something so tasty. The Manhwa hero is probably happy for Reina because of this. He looked at Reina with a genuine smile and sincere joy, without even saying anything. For the first time, kindness and warmth were born in Kahel's red eyes. The Duke realized that the chef who prepared the dessert needed to be rewarded. Sometime later, when Reina had already eaten dessert with the aristocrat, she walked along the corridor and met Ardo, telling him everything. But the butler didn't even believe her, asking what she just said. Ardo asked the lady again if His Excellency had actually tasted the dessert. Reina, holding a tray with a teapot and other tableware in her hands, replied that it was so, although he ate very little. Butler said he didn't even think it would work. In fact, he was surprised that the stubbornness that had been there since an early age disappeared in an instant, and all this was thanks to Renee. Remembering how Reina pleased the Duke with flowers, Ardo thinks that the changes in His Excellency are pleasing, but at the same time he does not know what will happen if she becomes more than just a maid. He is afraid that Reina will suddenly leave the Duke, and he cannot let it all take its course, because his soul is not at peace. Ardo remembers how the Duke's mother became seriously ill and was in bed. Kakel's father and a doctor were always with her, who closely monitored the Duchess's condition. While examining the lady and checking her heartbeat, the doctor told Cahill's father that most likely, after the birth of the young master who had strong magical energy, his wife's body had suffered greatly. Demian Ruava was also alarmed by the fact that, according to the doctor, it is now not clear what can help her, so it is unknown what will happen in the future. Suddenly, Damien heard a familiar child's voice behind him, asking if it was all because of him. Cahill's father was scared, because he realized who it was. Turning around, Damien saw his little son behind him, asking him how he got here. But Cahill was silent, not even knowing what to say. Confused and upset for his mother, the boy once again asked his father if all this was really because of him. Tears were about to fall from Cahill's eyes. Running up to his son and taking him by the hands, Cahill's father simultaneously asked the butler how his son got here, while reassuring him that everything was not like that and he did not need to cry. But Cahill was not going to remain silent. He told his father that everyone was saying the opposite, that his mother was sick because his son was a monster. The little boy heard this thanks to the gossip of the maids. Damien, angry at this, said that these were just rumors and could not be trusted. The doctor also joined him, who agreed with the words of the boy's father, wanting to calm Cahill. Having heard from the doctor that his mother needed to abstain from sweets in order for her health to improve, the boy became even more sad, telling him that his mother loves desserts most of all. Because of this situation, little Cahill shed a lot of tears. He could not do anything for his mother and therefore did not understand what could help her. Damien Ruav could only hug his son tightly while he told him that his mother would forgive him and that he was really sorry. Sometime after this incident, when the castle was still light and cozy, the butler invited the main character of the story to eat strawberry dessert. But the boy refused it, even when Ardo said that it was a special dessert made by the chef. Cahill was very sad about his mother. The little boy told the butler that because of him, his mother could not eat a bite, so he would also refuse dessert. This surprised Ardo and, at the same time, saddened him. Reading a book to take his mind off sad thoughts, the sad Cahill said that people like him were simply not supposed to eat this. But after many years right now, Ardo was looking at the empty plate that previously held the strawberry dessert. Thanks to Renee, the Duke was able to at least try the cake. Looking at the empty plate, the butler knew that no matter how hard he thought, the Duke definitely felt something for Renee if he could mute his stubbornness and eat dessert. Remembering Rena's smile and her joyful eyes, Ardo understood that it could not be otherwise. She is the only one who is not influenced by the demonic power of the Duke, which attracts him. Also remembering the flowers that Rena placed in the Duke's room, the butler reflects that if Rena really leaves, then everything will return to normal, and the Duke will again stop trusting people. Moreover, he will not be able to interfere with her marriage. Ardo could stand at the plate for an eternity, wondering if Rena had any feelings for the Duke. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of Ruava Castle, Duke Cahill was preparing to receive guests into his office. Gerard came to the Duke, who was putting something on, with a stack of documents, saying that they all needed his approval. But noticing that His Excellency was going somewhere, Gerard asked where exactly he was going. Showing his good mood to the servants, the Duke replied that the Marquis of Rognac wanted to discuss the plan for the construction of the building, and he needed to go to him to provide significant support. In response to this, Gerard said that he would not leave if he were him, because the Duke already spends a lot of time with this Marquis, and here he needs to work on a bunch of documents. In response to this, Cahill asked his servant jokingly whether he was jealous of the Marquis. The indignant Gerard replied that this was not so, and the Duke had invented everything. But Cahill replied that if you look from the outside, everything is so, because now not only he bears the title of close friend of the Duke of Ruava. At the moment when Cahill was already ringing the bell, the indignant Gerard replied that this foreigner, or rather the Marquis, seemed too suspicious to him, and therefore he would go with the Duke. Cahill said he didn't care, but warned him not to do anything provocative. Immediately after the bell rang, Rena entered the room and asked the Duke with a smile if he had called her. The Duke said that it was so, after which he asked her to prepare for the exit and bring him a robe with a hood, advising Renee to wear something similar so that the fabric would cover her face. Rena immediately became interested in the Duke's words, to which Cahill replied that she had not gone outside since she was here, so he wanted her to get some air. The girl was already ready to fly up with happiness because of such news, while the gentleman warned her that he would have a lot of work, so she just needed to be there. Happy Rena immediately ran to get her things, shouting that she would bring everything now. At this moment, the Duke was simply happy with everything, and Gerard was surprised at the behavior of the young lady. Opening his mouth at the girl's behavior, the surprised Gerard asked the Duke how she could remain so calm in the presence of His Excellency, to which Cahill replied that he was also impressed. Gerard immediately asked the Duke if she could be one of the Aura Knights, or if she could be a relative of the Santella family if she was not subject to the Duke's magic. But in response to this, Cahill only relaxedly leaned his elbows on the table, saying that he used to think that she was a spy for the White faction, but now he doesn't even think about it. Rena had already brought the men's capes, while Gerard was still asking the Duke in amazement how this was possible. This aristocrat only ridiculed his servant, laughing loudly. After some time, Rena was already sitting in the carriage, along with Cahill and Gerard, looking in surprise and inspiration at the views that opened from her window. The girl could not take her eyes off the beautiful castles and buildings of another kingdom, wondering out loud at the beauty around her. Even the people around were not the same as in Kerouac, which the girl told the hero about, continuing to look at the various inhabitants of the beautiful kingdom. Peering at each resident, Rena suddenly wondered why there were more people on the street than usual. At first, the Duke did not know the answer to this question, but then he told Renee something that made her even more happy. Tapping his stick on the roof of the carriage so that the coachman would stop it, the Duke told Renee that in that case, if they were interested, they could stop and take a moment to look around. Rena was very happy with her master's decision. The door of the carriage opened and the Duke helped Renee out of it, telling her to be careful and take her time so as not to fall. The girl thanked Cahill for such help. Surprised, Gerard looked out of the carriage and shouted to His Excellency that at this rate they would easily be late for their meeting with the Marquis of Rognac. But the Duke did not stop. He, holding Rena with him, only turned to Gerard, smilingly telling him that he could afford to be late. Amazed by the aristocrat's behavior, Gerard followed the couple with his gaze, not understanding one obvious but at the same time surprising thing for him. Looking closely at the Duke, who was looking at Rena and smiling at her, Gerard did not understand how he could change so much in such a short time. The Duke and Ruav came to a place where crystal clear water gurgled. Rena admired her as if she had never seen fountains in person. In front of Rena there was indeed a fountain, which turned out to be very tall and beautiful, as if made of white marble. Duke Ruava's personal maid couldn't stop looking at it, saying that she didn't even think that fountains could be so beautiful. Cahill looked at her reaction with a smile, because he was sincerely happy for her. Rena said that she was very happy to see such a miracle live, which made the smiling Duke even more happy for giving the girl such emotions. Suddenly, the girl's attention was attracted by people who were doing something near the fountain. Rena asked the Duke what they were throwing into the fountain, to which Cahill replied that they were throwing coins there, and if you hit that stand over there, your wish would definitely come true. The main character said that he would now give her 1 coin, and therefore ask her to think about her wish. Rena became embarrassed, admitting that she had never thought about it. Placing a coin in the girl's palm, the Duke asked Rena if she had never had any desire, for example, to be rich or to live a very long time. Rena peered at the silver coin while the master told her to wish for what she really wanted, so that she could be as honest with herself as possible. While watching the large and delightful fountain, the girl suddenly cried out that she remembered something. Cahill said that he was happy for her, and then asked what her wish was. Closing her eyes and imagining something in her head, Rena, holding a coin in her hands, dreamily said the word family. The girl said that someday she also wants to have her own family. This greatly surprised the Duke. He looked at her with amazed eyes, realizing that if this was her main desire, it meant that she most likely wanted to get married. The Duke was actually scared, because he assumed that if she was wishing for a family, it meant that in the future, she was planning to leave him as a maid and start a different life. While the Duke did not understand what was happening, Rena remembered that her mother left her too early, leaving her completely alone in this world. Also remembering her youth at Fidelia Castle, Rena suggests that Baron Fideli may not be her real father, because he always paid attention only to little Elliot. Because of this, Rena will never be able to forget how Uncle Theo cared for her, constantly telling her what a beautiful and sweet girl she was. However, as with Baron Fidelia, Uncle Theo was not her blood father, so he always paid more attention to his son Sid than to Renee. Watching happy families, Rena hoped that someday she would have a real strong, friendly family. Therefore, Rena dreams of creating a calm life with a warm home and a loving husband with a child as happy and sincere as she was. Imagining a fire in her future cozy home, Rena understands that this is exactly what she wants more than anything in the world, to be loved in her own family. These thoughts made Rena forget even for a moment that she was now in the neighboring kingdom, right next to a beautiful fountain. Still surprised by his maid's words, the Duke decided to ask Rena if her wish was true. A family. The girl calmly replied that it was so. Kahel asked her again if she was impatient to get married, and if, in that case, she was thinking about some kind of wedding with someone. However, Rena replied that she had not thought about that yet. Rena continued to say that she just wanted a normal and loving family in the future. Duke Kahel was silent, looking at the gurgling fountain. Imagining Rena leaving his castle with a suitcase in her hands, the Duke realized that at that moment something seemed to make him stop breathing. He is even afraid to imagine that Rena will ever leave him because of marriage. Wanting to break the awkwardness, Kahel told the girl that in his opinion it was too early for her to get married. To this, Rena replied that initially she was going to be married to Viscount de Loin. Kahel reflected on the fact that in Kerouac people get married as early as 15, but in Arden they get married a little later. The Duke realized that if he had been even a little late, Rena would have become the wife of that disgusting Viscount. His Excellency continued to think about marriage and Renee until at that moment the girl was accidentally pushed by a passing stranger, which scared her a little. The Duke continued to think that the problem was not only that pervert, while Rena and the stranger apologized to each other for the inconvenience. Finally, noticing the presence of an unfamiliar man next to Rena, Kahel pressed the girl closer to him, looking at the passerby with an angry look and thinking that it was too early for Rena to walk down the aisle. But Kahel is worried about one more strange thing. Why did he suddenly become somehow worried about this? Why did he suddenly start thinking about Renee and her marriage with such seriousness? Noticing that the Duke was behaving very strangely, Rena asked the excited aristocrat if everything was fine and if something serious had happened. It turns out that Rena asked this for the reason that the Duke's hand was suspiciously close and kindly holding her shoulder, which noticeably embarrassed the maid. For some reason, Kahel did not think about letting the girl go. He just looked at her while Rena herself thanked him for the help he had just given her. But suddenly Rena noticed that her coin, which she wanted to throw on the stand, did not land on it at all, but sank to the bottom of the fountain. The girl told the Duke about this, but he replied that this was good. The girl did not understand the Duke's words and his dissatisfaction, so she wanted to ask him again about what she heard. But Kahel only told her to forget it, since it was not very important. Taking a new coin from his pocket, the Duke told Renee that it most likely did not hit because the stand was too far away, after which he said that he would throw it along with her. Renee could only look in surprise as the Duke threw his own coin into the stand, just so that her wish would come true as soon as possible. And this time the silver coin actually landed on the stand, plunging under the water. Rena immediately noticed this and admired it out loud. The Duke's maid rejoiced as if her wish was about to begin to come true, but Kahel seemed to be less happy about this, only hooting at the words of his maid. Looking somewhere into the distance, the Duke admitted that he hopes that Rena's wish will definitely come true, although in fact, deep down in his soul, he does not want Rena to have someone else. Rena continued to look at the fountain and hoped that her wish would come true and everything would happen exactly as she had wished for. But Duke Kahel, who stood next to her, was thinking about something completely different. In his thoughts, he told Renee that she should stay with him forever and not go anywhere for anyone. Eventually, the Duke warned his maid that it was time for them to go. The couple came to the carriage, which was already waiting for them near the large fountain. It turns out that the Duke did not have to walk or drive for a long time. Kahel, simply putting Rena in the carriage, told her that he would return soon, and she needed to wait in the carriage on the condition that no one should see her. Rena answered a little alarmedly that she understood everything. Gerard once again hinted to the Duke that they needed to hurry up while he himself was talking to Rena. As a result, when he finished, Kahel was about to close the carriage door, saying that he was on his way. But as soon as the main character left Rena alone in the carriage, a familiar guy stood not far from her, in the shadows. It turns out that Rian had been carefully watching Ruav's carriage all this time. It's clear from Ryan's face that he never expected to see a face he knew in another country. He didn't even believe it at first, looking at the carriage and those who came out of it with amazed eyes. But this was not as surprising as who exactly he saw in the carriage. Ryan saw with his own eyes how a girl was sitting in the carriage of the Duke of Ruava himself, which had never happened before. However, Ryan clearly noticed that Cahel was very nice and polite with this girl, so the curious Ryan has a logical question. Who is she? Due to the emerging interest, Ryan came out of the shadows, approaching Ruav's carriage closer. He talks out loud about how lucky it is to see important guests in such a place. However, Reina also noticed a curious blonde who was interested in her. She was scared, because before that, Cahel had clearly told her that absolutely no one should see her. But Ryan was already waving to the lady in the carriage, welcoming her to the new kingdom and expecting to talk with her on topics that interested him. The fact that Ryan decided to talk to her made Rena even more scared. She didn't know what to do, since Ryan had already asked her name. The girl was incredibly frightened by the guy who appeared out of nowhere. Rena understands that even strangers should not see her in the carriage, as it may seem too suspicious. In the end, Rena decided to simply cover her face from Ryan with a black cloth, because she had just been seen and she needed to hide. Ryan himself was surprised by this, asking the stranger what was the matter. Sweating with fear, Rena realizes that none of the strangers should have seen her, but then she allowed some guy to see her in the carriage of the Duke of Ruava himself. Ryan immediately noticed the girl's strange behavior and said in confusion that he was not her enemy, and he just wanted to talk to her a little, knocking on the carriage window with his hand. But because of the gentleman's strange behavior, a crowd of spectators quickly gathered, who were surprised at Ryan. He wondered what he was doing, and why he needed this carriage. Thanks to the people who were staring at him, Ryan realized that a young man like him, raging in front of a carriage in which a lady was sitting, could certainly seem strange to passers-by. In addition, Ryan understood that no matter what he did for the attention of that girl in the carriage, she still wouldn't even look at him. The blonde wonders if all Cahel girls are like this, but Ryan's thoughts were interrupted by familiar voices that came from behind him. As it turned out, the Duke of Ruave and Gerard were already leaving the building, talking about the fact that this time the discussions on the construction of the mansion went faster than they expected. Ryan did not hesitate, thanks to which he instantly hid from Ruave and his servant behind the carriage, listening to them talk about the fabric, which was no worse in quality than the previous ones, and that today they were returning home sooner. After a while, the carriage with Cahal, Reina, and Gerard left, and Ryan could only think about the mysterious stranger in the open air, wanting to talk to her at least once. Besides everything else, Ryan, leaning against the wall of the house, understood that she did not look like any member of a noble family, and then the weighty question arises, how does she manage to be close to the Duke? Remembering his family, Ryan realized that if he told his sister and father about the stranger Cahel, they would immediately try to find out everything about her. Therefore, Ryan decides not to tell them about her for now, so as not to make mistakes. Smiling slyly, Ryan said to himself that, as he thought, something interesting and curious is always happening around Cahel. Ryan has already guessed that the mysterious stranger is not affected by the seductive power of the protagonist, so he wonders what is so interesting that Duke Ruave is hiding that he does not tell anyone about her. Ryan decided to find out more information about those who surround Duke Cahel. While Ryan was thinking about Renee, and the Duke was taking her to his castle, Riedel also remembered something. She clearly remembers how everyone called her an angel as a child, because no one else is capable of being as beautiful as she is. 3 men near Little Riedel admired her beauty, saying that she was truly a saint. One aristocrat even asked the girl to bless her as if she were a goddess. Due to such increased attention from adults, Riedel herself eventually convinced herself that she truly was an angel. Her father adored her for this, constantly holding her in his arms and telling her that in the future she would be at the top of the kingdom, because the gods sent her to him only for this. In addition, it was his daughter that Father Santella asked to fulfill all the dreams of his family, which is why it was not difficult for Riedel to understand that she was the chosen one for all the people in her duchy. With these thoughts, Riedel recalled her recent meeting with Queen Ardenia, who showed no respect for her, constantly talking about Duke Ruava rather than about her. But Riedel understands that no queen can subjugate her anymore, because she is a special girl, almost a saint for everyone. It was with these thoughts that Riedel appeared in a certain temple that was located in her duchy. The temple had an incredibly mesmerizing interior that showed the greatness of the Santella family. Riedel was immediately greeted by Rubid Santella, the high priest of the Lyman Church in the duchy of the Santella family, and at the same time, the brother of the current Duke of Santella. Joyful, gentle, and affectionate as always, Riedel said that she was very glad to see the priest Rubid, but in response to this, the man told the girl to simply call him uncle. Walking somewhere with her uncle, Riedel said that since she had come to a sacred place, she would observe etiquette. Priest Rubid said this was a good approach. Wanting to talk to Riedel about something else, Rubid said that he was very grateful to the Santella family for the white jade they send to create sculptures. Riedel said that she was glad to hear this, because offerings to the goddess always give her special pleasure. Also, Riedel, walking along the corridor in the company of her uncle, asked him if everything was okay with checking the reprints of the Holy Scriptures. In response to this, the priest handed the girl a beautiful dark book and said that under the auspices of the goddess Lana, no problems arose, and this book was proof of that. Riedel is about to open the book and read it. With a smile, Riedel opened this reissue, which has the loud title, Tales in Logos, and began to read the very first lines in it. And in this book, from the very first pages, a deity is depicted in the form of a member of the Santella family who fights an evil dragon, that is, the demon Ruav. The lines in the book said that an angel and a demon, opposing each other, fought for 1,000 days and 1,000 nights. The book also depicts that it was a member of the Santella family, an angel, who started life, having previously caused a typhoon and turned the earth upside down. In addition, the angel created a light breeze, restoring all the destruction. Reading all this, Riedel became pleased, telling Priest Rubid that everything seemed to go smoothly and unsurpassed. Receiving compliments from Riedel, Rubid admitted to her that he wanted to correctly understand the words of the goddess, so he changed the passage about the two beasts. But Riedel asked the priest about the part that she had previously asked to change in the same order. Leafing through the pages of the scripture, Riedel listened to Rubid as he said that the fragment associated with the prophetic book of Melike had also been altered to suit his convenience. Riedel actually found this fragment and read that when the old sun sets and the second moon rises and the stars Deneb and Altair turn to Spica, the chosen one will raise the eternal sun. In addition, the book said that in the 2,000-year Logos, the Santella and Ruav families would fight for the throne, and only one family would be able to become the sole ruler of the new era. Putting the book on the table and closing it, Riedel said contentedly that the glory of the Logos, which would find a new owner, would be endless. The girl thanked the priest for such work. In addition, Riedel said that this publication is very important, so they will make more than 5,000 copies, which will be distributed free of charge to people. Priest Rubid thanked his partner for this, saying that the goddess Lana would be happy about this. But suddenly Riedel, still not planning to leave, asked the priest if he knew and remembered about a certain power of the queen. Riedel reminded her interlocutor that each ruler of Logos was born with the power to subjugate angels and demons, but over time, the queen's abilities became weaker, and the current queen had already reached a level that was shameful even to call power. Based on this, Riedel asked Rubid if the new master would also become weaker from generation to generation, but the priest replied that the scriptures talk about the eternal sun, therefore, according to Rubid, she should not worry too much about this, and for now the important thing is that the queen's power has weakened and, moreover, she has not given birth to an heiress. To reassure Riedel, the priest said that soon everything would be as the scriptures say, and the queen would not interfere with them. In response to this, Riedel said that this concerns only 2 families of dukes and they do not even need the queen. Afterwards, the priest knelt down and kissed Riedel's hand, telling her that she was their family's greatest achievement. Priest Rubid also admitted that they had long ago enchanted their bodies in order to weaken their obedience and not obey the queen. And after that, she appeared in their family, an ideal person who shows neither respect nor loyalty to the queen. Kissing Riedel's hand, the priest said that she would be the one who would fulfill the long-standing desire of their people. Riedel just raised her hand and said that she would begin the glorious history of the Santella dynasty, and this religious book would be the beginning of the expulsion of the demon Ruav from the Holy Family. The priest was happy with these words. He only said that Riedel was a noble man who had inherited desires and families, and who would definitely receive Lana's blessing. Riedel was already preparing to carry out her plans, while at this time the maid of the Duke of Ruave, as usual, carried out her duties and wiped Cahel's desk in his office. While doing her work, Rena could not forget the face of that blonde man who pestered her when she was in the carriage. She still thinks about who he is. Rena hopes that the hood of the robe hid her face well, and no one found out about anything, although at the same time the girl wondered whether they knew each other before or not. Sitting down at the chair, Rena couldn't stop thinking about why the Duke was constantly hiding her from everyone and whether it was because she was his personal maid. Looking at her hands, the girl understands that she has a lot to learn in the future, but compared to Fidelia Castle, here she is like a real princess. Because of this, the girl often remembers how she was an ordinary girl in the Fidelia family who was treated like an animal, not allowing her to even have her own opinion of desire. But at the same time, Renee is pleased to know that the Duke of Ruave himself drinks tea with her every day, spending a lot of time in her company, thanks to which she does not feel lonely. In addition, Cahel gave her a nice and special gift by giving her a brooch days earlier. Rena was so wounded that she had never been in her life. Such memories made Renee feel good. She understands that her life is slowly getting better, and she has reliable support in the form of the Duke. However, at one moment, Rena was frightened by one terrible thought about whether she was being paid too much, like for an ordinary servant of the Duke of Ruava in the castle. Because of this thought, Rena began to think hard about the fact that she was generally carrying out various assignments, but thoughts appeared in her head about how to somehow make the main character happy. And Rena was able to come up with what she wanted. She joyfully and motivationally clenched her hands into fists, exclaiming that this was exactly what she needed, and she immediately needed to find it. But suddenly, a large silhouette appeared behind the emotional lady, who asked her what exactly she wanted to find. This made Rena so scared that she almost forgot what she was thinking in an instant. It turns out that the Duke was behind the girl. Cahel calmly asked her what she was thinking about and what she planned to look for if she was so frightened by his presence. But Rena was not going to tell the Duke everything. She quickly ran out of the room in fear, shouting that there was nothing wrong with her behavior and that she would now prepare a bath for him. A few minutes later, the bath was already filled with hot water, and the maid was waiting for Cahel for a bath. The Duke was soon stripping off his clothes, exposing his back, and preparing to enjoy a hot bath after a long day. But the aristocrat's quiet time in the bathroom was interrupted by a sharp pain in his shoulders. The pain was such that he grabbed one shoulder, emitting a painful groan. Rena immediately took notice of this, turning her head to the Duke and asking him if anything hurt. Cahel replied that his muscles just hurt, since he had not fencing for a long time. Hearing this, Rena realized that this was what she needed. She parted her lips, realizing that now she could do what she wanted. Clapping her hands, the joyful girl once again said that this was exactly what she needed. So far, Cahel doesn't even understand what Rena means. The maid said that she would help Cahel relax. Immediately after this, Rena in the bathroom asked Duke Ruawa to wait for her here for a while she went off somewhere. Having done some work, Rena rolled up her sleeves so that it would be convenient for her to help Cahel wash himself. The girl also took off her apron because she no longer needed it in the bath. Hearing that the maid was going to give him a massage, Cahel, standing nearby, asked whether it was necessary to do it while bathing. Rena replied that yes, because hot water helps to relax the muscles and the massage will be more effective. After Rena's words, the central character of the story still did not contradict her and climbed into the bathroom filled with hot water and rose petals. He's still wondering if everything will be okay. About to relax from a massage, Duke Cahel worries about whether his demonic powers will affect her if they are so close to each other in such a situation. Not feeling particularly relaxed because of the hot water, Cahel said dissatisfiedly, saying that he thought that nothing would work out. But he had no idea what Rena would do now. Having asked Cahel to be quiet, she touched his shoulder, which made the aristocrat fall silent and wary at the same time. He guessed that Rena was not going to joke with him, Having told the Duke that everything would be fine, Rena simply touched his shoulders, which incredibly surprised the gentleman. The Duke continued to be surprised by the actions of his personal maid, until at that moment she asked him to lean on the edge of the bathtub to make the relaxation even more pleasant. Rena calmly told the Duke that she would now wash his hair, but Kyle at that moment could not understand why his soul became so calm. He did not want to refuse her or interfere with her in any way. Kahel asked Rena about washing his hair, to which the girl replied that she would now put a towel under his neck so that he could lie down. Rena also told Kahel not to worry and to lean back. The aristocrat immediately leaned on the edge of the bathtub, asking Rena if he was doing everything right. The girl replied that yes, and once again recommended that he relax. After this, the lady began to wash her hair. Having thoroughly lathered the Duke's hair, Rena carefully washed it from all sides, while the gentleman himself simply waited. Rena looked at the Duke with a smile, not making any mistakes in her business. She also seems to enjoy her work if she smiles easily. But Kahel did not take his eyes off her. He was at the same time calm and carefully watching Rena's every move, piercing her with his gaze. The girl was able to successfully wash the aristocrat's hair, after which she warned Kahel that she would begin the massage. The lady had already begun to give the Duke the promised massage of the painful places, constantly asking him where it hurt. Kahel answered her shyly, not knowing how to react correctly. Looking at the Duke, Rena calmly told him to tell her if it suddenly became painful or unpleasant, but Kahel remained calm. Rena massaged the aristocrat's shoulders while he answered her so that she wouldn't worry so much about him because he didn't think it would hurt that much. But immediately after this, the Duke was struck by pain. By pressing on some back muscle, Rena made the gentleman cry out in pain almost throughout the entire bathroom, which scared her a little. After the scream, the Duke and the maid looked at each other uncomfortably, surprised by each other's reaction, and silently preparing to continue the massage. A second later, Rena continued to give the massage more easily and gently, without causing any inconvenience to the aristocrat. But the main character still felt pain, trying to endure it. Noticing the master's torment, Rena told him that he should take a break, because he'd been very overexerted lately. But to this, Kahel replied that he is more resilient than others, so everything is fine with him. But Rena, while giving the Duke a massage in a beautiful room, insisted on her own. She said that even the strong need to rest, and he should allow himself to relax, because he always works hard. Immediately after these words, the girl left the aristocrat, telling him that she had finished with the massage and asked the Duke to warm up a little more in the bathroom so that his muscles could relax. Looking at Rena, Kahel could not help but notice that she was tired. Sweat was dripping from her face, and she herself was breathing hard from the steam of hot water and labor. Because of this, the Duke immediately told the girl that she looked very tired due to the fact that she worked diligently just for him. But Rena, like a hard-working rabbit, screamed that she was fine and she was quite resilient. Also, the maid, standing next to the Duke, advised him to immediately go to bed in a warm place after a long massage so that there would be no more aches in his body. Kahel decided to thank her with compliments, admitting that she does a very good massage and it really makes him feel better. The compliments addressed to her made Rena smile once again and thank Kahel with joyful eyes, which embarrassed him a little. The girl was about to leave in order to leave the Duke alone, but it was at that moment that she felt Kahel's palm touching her hand. Pulling the girl towards him, Kahel was able to lightly and kindly kiss her forehead, which stunned the young lady. This is gratitude from the aristocrat for the help she provided him. Blushing from the Duke's kiss, Rena looked into his eyes in shock, stuttering in shock and asking him what was wrong. But the aristocrat was not going to answer her, because she herself understands everything. Kahel only looked sweetly at the girl with kind eyes and a slight smile, not yet intending to let go of his hand from her face. In addition to all the shocking events, Kahel patted Rena on the head, saying words of gratitude to her. Rena was numb from amazement, not knowing what to say or do. After showing his gratitude to the girl, the Duke shyly turned away from Rena and lowered his hand as if nothing had happened, telling her that she could now go. Kahel even turned away from her so as not to embarrass her and himself after what happened. Rena calmly replied that in that case she would go, after which she left the bathroom. The girl left the bathroom, tightly closing the doors behind her and not understanding what had just happened. She is about to spill out her true emotions. The blush returned to the girl's face as she realized in a daze and excitement that something frank and personal had just happened between the two of them. Rena realizes that right now her chest is hot and pleasant. She immediately remembered the way Mrs. Fidelia hugged her daughter Elliot and wondered if this is how people feel when someone praises them. Placing her hands on her heart, Rena realized out loud that this turned out to be very pleasant. The lady can't even get over this, but her thoughts were interrupted by a voice that said that he had been looking for her for a long time. This man turned out to be the butler. Rena immediately drew attention to him while he was telling the girl to warn the head maid that winter curtains needed to be hung in the Duke's bedroom, because the cold was coming. The butler Ardo and Rena came to Cahill's bedroom and really noticed that there were no curtains in his bedroom and the window was completely bare. Examining the large and tall window, Rena answered Ardo that she spoke with the head maid yesterday and according to her, the curtains should be hung soon. Ardo was surprised at the girl, praising her for being so fast. Once again hearing a compliment addressed to her, Rena could no longer treat them differently after what happened with the Duke. She looked at the butler with her sweet eyes, which were clearly saying something. Ardo immediately noticed the girl's gaze on him. He was a little confused, asking Rena if she wanted to tell him something. Moving closer to the butler, Rena decided to confess to him directly. She lowered her head down and asked him to stroke her head, if, of course, it wouldn't bother him. The girl's words made Ardo look at her in confusion, because no one had ever asked him to do this, especially not someone from the castle. He asked Rena in surprise what she meant, but at the same moment, Cahill's servant realized that Rena had a very difficult life before working in the castle, and therefore she had to turn to him with such a request. Without further hesitation, Ardo put his palm on the top of Rena's head, stroking her, as if she were his own daughter, and in general they were relatives of each other, familiar in childhood. But even when the butler finished stroking the girl's head, no emotions of happiness appeared on Rena's face. She was wary, because she didn't really feel what she had previously felt with Cahill, and yet they both did the same thing. Because of this, Ardo could not help but notice his colleague's strange behavior. He asked Rena if everything was as she wanted, to which the lady answered in confusion that it was not, and she thanked him excessively, warning him about her departure. After patting her head, Rena moved towards the doors while Ardo admitted that she was some kind of funny girl, not like everyone else. The maid walked along the corridor and thought hard about the fact that she was still pleased, but this feeling was still not similar to what she felt with Cahill. In addition, Rena realizes that she liked the strokes of the Duke more than the butler. Rena is very worried because she cannot understand her feelings. She only enjoys the attention of the Duke, and this begins to greatly alarm her. Meanwhile, the Duke of Rouave had already finished bathing and came out of the bath wearing a light shirt and a potassium around his neck, drying his wet but clean hair with a white towel. He decided to enter one of his luxurious rooms, carefully opening the door to it. Since night had already fallen, the Duke opened the window and admired the bright stars in the sky, while thoughts about his personal maid Rena continued to haunt his mind. Remembering her clothes, voice, smile, eyes, and hair, Cahill cannot understand who she is and why she drives him crazy. He is eager to find out more information about her. Squeezing his potassium in his hand, the Duke understands that when she smiles, a desire burns in his soul to hug her as soon as possible, and this makes him sadder and sadder every time. Cahill continued to think about this when his magical potassium began to emit a magical glow. The Duke wonders if he himself is under the influence of demonic power. Remembering how he recently kissed her forehead, the aristocrat thinks that if he were given the opportunity to feel the same thing, only something more, he would gladly agree to it. Realizing that he was thinking about the wrong thing, the hero was embarrassed by his own obscene thoughts, sighing heavily from the difficult situation. Putting his hand on the windowsill, the Duke, clearly intoxicated by something, cannot understand what is the matter and what he allows himself to think about. Rena has recently become an adult, and she is too innocent. The Duke would have continued to think only about Rena and meeting her, if not for Gerard, who burst into his room and shouted out to him to look at something interesting. Cahill decided to joke about his suddenness, saying that he seemed to burst into his bedroom with the purification potion, but the Lord had no time for that. Gerard said that there was no time for jokes and he urgently needed to look at this book. Gerard showed his master a large blue and yellow book, saying that it was a revised version of the scriptures that would be published next month. Cahel immediately took it in his hands and opened it, while Gerard, stunned by something, asked the Duke to pay special attention to the part called Tales of the Logos. After opening what the servant asked for, the Duke realized something. Gerard only confirmed his guesses, saying that now the Santella family openly declares that the Ruavs are demons. But Cahel said with a smile that everything in this book was written plausibly, and they were able to convince even him. In response to this, an alarmed Gerard said that this was a real brainwashing of ordinary citizens, aimed at making the Ruav family an object of hatred. In addition, Gerard added that such significant changes were most likely sponsored by those who support the scriptures. But for Gerard, this was not the worst thing yet. According to him, in newspapers popular among local residents, Cahel is insulted, calling him a demon of temptation and generally portraying him as a terrible killer. In the end, Gerard shouted out that he assumed that the one who created this nonsense had blonde and long hair with blue eyes. Sitting down on the bed, Cahel decided to reassure his subordinate, saying that this was not an area that they could influence, and it was important for them to find out why they needed to do this. An angry Gerard replied that he could not give up so easily, but Cahel once again said that he relied on him, and Rognac's multiple connections in high society along with his business would help protect their reputation, so the Duke asked Gerard to take care of the protection of the Marquis. Ultimately, Cahel tiredly lay down on the bed, while the subordinate warned him that he understood the master and would begin to prepare to hang the Marquis. It is clear from the Duke that he is very tired of such news. The main character looked again at the book, which contained outright lies. He is both interested in her and does not want to delve deeper into this problem. Looking at the illustrations in the book, the Duke said out loud that while a person is alive, he will always be hindered by both good and bad at the same time. The Duke understands that with this, the Santella family wants to divide the world into concepts such as angels and demons, evil and good. Angry over this problem, Duke Ruav realizes that people in society are even more stupid than he thought. But even in such a situation, Cahel is not going to give in to panic. The day after Gerard appeared in the bedroom with an unpleasant book that spoiled his romantic mood, the Duke, as usual, drank tea in the company of Rena, talking about something along the way. Suddenly, Cahel told Renee that he wanted to ask her something. The girl immediately paid full attention to the Duke's words, stopping her drinking of tea. The thoughtful and serious aristocrat immediately said that he was simply asking this out of interest, and if she did not want to talk, she did not have to answer him. Renee was already very curious, so she asked the gentleman what exactly he wanted to ask her. Putting the cup on the saucer, Duke Ruav suddenly decided to talk about personal things. He reminded her that her dream was to start a family, and regarding this, he wanted to ask her something. Stuttering a little from embarrassment, Cahel somehow asked Rena if she had any ideas about what her husband should be like. It is clear from the girl that she was surprised by such a question that she raised her shoulders up. Rena decided to politely ask the aristocrat why he was suddenly asking her about this. Cahel replied that usually the marriage of a close maid is arranged by the one to whom she serves, and he himself is her only master. Lowering his gaze, Cahel also said that he therefore had to hear her opinion, and that was all. Rena happily said that she understood the gentleman and thanked him for being so worried about her. Looking at the floor with his sad eyes, the Duke listened carefully to the words of his personal maid that she would like to become the wife of an affectionate man if she had to choose. Cahel was sadly silent. The aristocrat with demonic power briefly said that he understood her words at that moment when Rena admired his kindness towards her because she does not know another person who would care about his servants. Happy Rena continued to rejoice that she was lucky enough to live side by side with a pleasant and understanding aristocrat who understood her perfectly, but then she heard a question that made her instantly angry. Rena was silently surprised by His Excellency's question, because he suddenly dared to ask her about Sid, asking if he was an affectionate person. The girl decided to answer calmly, saying that this was all true and the Duke was right. But Cahel continued to talk about his own things, admitting to Renee that Sid was always strange to him, because he walked with a stone face and was generally somewhat weak. As he uttered these words, Duke Cahel could not help but remember Rena's half-brother himself. The Duke remembered him with ordinary clothes, a weak character, and a bizarre behavior, which is why he asked such a question. Not going to tolerate such insolence from the aristocrat, the maid stood up from her seat in anger, shouting at the Duke that even if Sid was a little harsh, he was kind to everyone close to him, and he was thin because he ate little as a child. Surprised by the girl's sharp and violent reaction to such words, the amazed Duke looked at the girl with wide eyes, while Rena continued to defend Sid's honor, saying that he was actually the best groom in Kerouac. The main character's hand continued to shake when Rena told him that for her, the soul is much more important than appearance, and if a person is rotten from the inside, she would never pay attention to him. Remembering various aristocrats, Duke Ruav understood one thing. Rena is right, and it turns out that he is just a monster in a beautiful package. Cahel remembers that he always did not try to look into the souls of others, but was only wary of them, justifying this by the suffering that demonic power brought. After carefully looking at Rena, who was still standing in front of him out of anger and indignation, the protagonist said that then, in her opinion, he should be disgusted with her. This made Cahel fall silent. On the one hand, he received an answer to his question. It was not the one he expected to hear from the girl to whom he was definitely not indifferent. Rena immediately noticed her master's sadness, realizing that she had done something wrong, which was why Cahel fell silent. Sweat was running down her face due to excitement and anxiety. In response to this, the girl put her hand on her heart, before clenching it into a fist. She clearly wants to confess something to Duke Ruavu and now decides to do it. Hanging her head and looking down in shame and sadness, Rena honestly admitted to His Excellency that she was very afraid of him at first. Rena, recalling how she appeared before the Duke, frightened and in a beautiful dress, said that their first meeting took place in a not particularly favorable environment. However, Duke Ruawa's personal maid smiled and blushed with pleasant thoughts and recognition, saying that she now thinks that the Duke is a rather kind and affectionate person. Listening to Rena, Cahel couldn't help but show real shock on his face. The girl told him that he managed to give her what she could only dream of, and even brought Uncle Theo and Sid here and helped them settle down. Standing right next to Cahel, Rena said she didn't know how to repay him for his kindness. The girl also added that he had recently praised her. Cahel was surprised by the maid's words and asked her about it. Rena did not explain anything to the Duke in words. She only touched her brown hair with her hand, hinting that the Duke had recently stroked her head and kissed her. This surprised the usually angry and serious gentleman. He also said nothing, but showed the girl such surprised eyes that one could immediately understand that he was amazed. The couple continued to look at each other without saying a word. They both seemed shocked by their words and confessions, but at the same time they became close to each other. As a result, the main character embarrassedly adjusted his tie, realizing that it was he who should have said the words of gratitude and not Rena, who says them almost every day. Rena also straightened her hair with a slight smile, until she herself did not even realize that she and her existence were a great miracle for Duke Cahel. After that, the Duke asked Rena to sit down and over a cup of tea, said that he was sorry that he could not pay enough attention to her, constantly hiding behind stupid excuses. At this time, the sun was shining outside the window, and the tree branches were already bare. The main character asked the girl if she had warm clothes, since December was coming. Rena replied that she had the wool coat that he had bought her the previous time, but she did not buy shoes because she did not think she would need them. The words of Duke Cahel immediately surprised the girl, because he told her that this would not work and that she needed to quickly take measurements and place an order. Rena doesn't understand what all this is for. About to explain his words, Cahel began with a smile to say that when winter begins, he goes sledding to Arden. Putting his hand near the sweet girl's palm, the Duke of Ruav brought his story to an interesting solution, thanks to which Rena would not be sad during the cold season. Much to the surprise of the maid Rena herself, Cahel told her that she would be the only maid to go with him to Arden and keep him company. Rena, of course, could not refuse such an offer. She lowered her gaze and became embarrassed, without even saying anything. Duke Ruav at this time told her that if they were talking about it, they needed to prepare everything right away. The Duke immediately turned to the butler and ordered him to immediately call the merchant, to which Ardo immediately said that he would do this. And at this time, Rena felt a strange sensation in her heart. It was beating very quickly. After some time, the merchant arrived at the castle. The merchant immediately told his customers that sable fur is divided into 3 grades, and anything worse is not suitable for them. Measuring Reina's parameters in front of the mirror, the merchant told the Duke that it was better to buy the 3rd grade of fur, but Cahel briefly said that they would only buy the 1st grade of sable fur. Serious Cahel looked at the merchant, who once again asked him if they needed the 1st grade. The Duke repeated once again that they only needed this one. Realizing this, the merchant immediately turned around and looked at Reina, not understanding something. Looking closely at the maid, who looked out of mood and even sad, the merchant did not understand why the Duke was going to use the 1st grade of fur, the most expensive, on her, because she was an ordinary girl. In addition, the merchant recalled the mysterious agreement that he had signed earlier under pressure from the Duke of Ruava. He does not understand who this girl is for him, that he keeps everything secret and buys all the most expensive things for her. However, while thinking about this topic, the merchant suddenly realized what was happening. He could not even believe the idea that Reina was his mistress and no one else. This made him instantly surprised, not knowing what to say. Looking at Duke Ruava with a suspicious look, the merchant understands that if this truth comes to light and secular society finds out about it, everything will literally turn upside down. Noticing that an ordinary merchant was looking at him as if he wanted to wish him something, the main character seriously and with some anger asked him if he wanted to tell him something. This made the merchant afraid. Meanwhile, Reina was interested in the Duke and looked at various fur products, asking Cahel if he would take fur shoes that were also of high quality. The hero of the manhwa replied that of course yes. Besides all this, Cahel said that they would also take a hat with a coat and a hood, along with muff gloves, which, according to the aristocrat, would also be useful to them. The merchant carefully wrote down everything so as not to forget His Excellency's wishes. The Duke also said that everything should be ready as quickly as possible, and if funds are needed, he will provide them. In response to this, the merchant nodded happily, saying that he would take care of his order first. After receiving the order, the merchant immediately left the castle, loudly closing the door behind him and leaving Reina and Cahel alone. Confused by the fact that the Duke had bought a lot of different and high-quality clothes for her, the maid approached Cahel and asked him if he had ordered too much for her. The main character replied that on the contrary, they were running out of time, and that's why he ordered everything in one copy. But Reina continued to talk about her own things, telling Cahel that the fur was very expensive and of high quality. This made the Duke smile without saying anything. Turning to the girl with a smile, Cahel asked young Reina if she was now worried about his condition, that is, money. The maid replied that this was not true at all, and she simply meant that for an ordinary maid all this might seem too expensive. However, to this, the Duke told Renee that she should get used to the fact that she should get everything she deserves. This made the girl think and look at the aristocrat with puzzlement. To explain his position to Renee, Cahil said that the Ruav family is one of the families of the defenders of the empire, and their duchy is practically like a country. So in the eyes of other people, he looks like a king, and Renee also cannot wear just anything. These words made Reina touch her chest again, silently surprised by her master's words. She is very grateful to him and therefore embarrassed. However, at the same moment, Reina realized that all this was not for her, but only to maintain the status of the Ruav family. So she thought about it, still saying thank you to the Duke. Immediately after this, the girl bowed low to the master, saying that she would serve him even better. This made Cahel just smile at her. Wanting to please the girl, the protagonist placed his hand on the grateful Reina's head, telling her that she had been doing quite well lately. Carefully watching the girl's reaction, Cahel silently hoped that the girl did not mind him touching her without permission. But Reina did not resist or be offended by the Duke. She allowed him to poke her head, while creating a quiet silence. In fact, Reina was glad that the Duke praised her again. She smiled sweetly and thought about the most beautiful thing in the world, because for her it is really very important. This is exactly what the main character noticed. Just a fleeting smile from Reina made the Duke again surprised by her beauty and emotions, without taking his eyes off her. He feels something awakening in his soul. Without trying to control his emotions, Cahel reached out to her not with one hand, but with two. It seems that he wanted to take her cheeks but quickly changed his mind, which surprised and confused Reyna. It turns out that the Duke actually wanted to kiss her forehead again. This time he was closer to her, and the kiss was more affectionate and telling, which shocked the girl. This made Reyna feel scared and embarrassed, leaning away from the aristocrat and shouting Cahel's name from the awkward situation. The girl realizes that they are becoming too close, both for a maid and a duke. But the main character reacted to everything absolutely calmly. He just looked at Reyna and told her with displeasure that for some reason she didn't smile this time. The girl continued to be embarrassed by the situation, wondering why he praised her, because she didn't do anything like that. Reyna decided that it was time for her to leave urgently, which she told the calm Cahel. However, Duke Ruav still tried to tell her something before leaving, but Reyna did not hear him, even embarrassed to look up at him out of shame. She just once again bowed low and quickly to her master, hinting that she was grateful to him for everything, already planning to leave him alone out of her own embarrassment. Immediately after that, she left while the Duke just silently watched her beautiful dress and hair. On the one hand, he, of course, did not want her to leave, but he cannot keep her here by force. While Reyna and Cahel were preparing to leave for Arden, in the Duchy of Santella, they were already discussing Cahel and especially his maid. At the desk sat the one who asked the servant whether that stranger was his maid. The subordinate replied that everything was exactly like that. In addition, Rihanna's servant said that she could certainly be his mistress if Cahel was going to give her clothes made of expensive fur. This greatly surprised Rian, and he asked his subordinate about this. Rian also told his reporter that Ruav is not so shameless as to make such connections, and on the contrary, he is closer to innocent angels. Leaning back in his chair, Rian said that he was very surprised by the fact that with his condition and pretty face, Cahel understands absolutely nothing about this, so he doesn't even believe in it. But at the same time, looking away with his blue eyes, Rian reflects that it is definitely strange that Cahel has acquired a close maid. Ryan wonders how she manages to be next to him every day and not succumb to his demonic power. Slamming his hand on a stack of papers, Rian exclaimed that in any case, they need to continue surveillance, and he doesn't know what's going on. But it seems to him that the girl is seriously not susceptible to demonic power. Ryan also ordered a servant to check the temples for the person who left monasticism of her age. After the servant said that he understood everything and left, Rian could only think about this whole situation with a smile, because that maid really interested him with her unique ability. Meanwhile, in another kingdom, something interesting was actually happening around Duke Ruava. There were a lot of decorations and beautiful fabrics in the room. Marquis Rognac told Cahel that they would now prepare such outfits. Cahel did not take his eyes off the blue and expensive fabric, telling his colleague that he was very impressed by it, although there was little emotion on his face, which was not surprising. Saying something to the Marquis, who had been standing behind him all this time, the Duke of Cahel emphasized that Her Majesty would definitely like this. In response to this, Rognac said that Madame Louise responded the same way yesterday, even promising to invest so that the quality would not decline. Hearing the word about the mysterious woman, the main character turned to the Marquis Rognac, as if he knew who Madame Louise really was. It turns out that the mysterious Madame Louise is the Queen herself, who has secretly visited another kingdom to check on how well Rognac's fashion business is going. Smiling at his interlocutor, the Marquis Rognac admitted that he was a little surprised that she turned out to be the same Madame Louise that he constantly heard about from everyone. Touching in his hand one element of an exquisite dress on a mannequin, the Marquis of Rognac also said that the Queen must have many secrets if she could come all the way and get all the way here. He says he admires such a woman. Also, the Marquis, remembering all the aristocrats and their images that he once saw, admitted that the aristocrats of Logos are very progressive people with distinctive features. But because of the young Mrs. Riedel, all the diversity in fashion collapsed. Shaking his head and looking at one of the chic outfits, the Marquis said that everyone has only their own inherent beauty. So why does everyone deify only one member of society? The Marquis says that he simply feels sorry for the Queen, because all she can do is watch everything that happens. Also, looking back at Cahill, Marquis said that on top of all this, Riedel Santella, as expected, is trying to destroy their fashion business. The main character thought deeply about this while his colleague continued to talk about how a person like Riedel, who has an angelic face and appearance, can do such disgusting things. Only after hearing this name, familiar from childhood, did Cahill plunge into his thoughts, recalling some events from his unforgettable and interesting childhood, where Riedel was also present. One clear day when they were still children, Rian and Riedel were playing in the garden, where there was a table with various objects and flowers. One sweet little girl with a sweet voice and long blonde hair said "hi" to another little boy. Little Riedel, together with her brother, who was holding yellow tulips in his hands, called Cahill to her, wanting to meet him and play some games. Cahill was glad that they were paying attention to him. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks, because he was a little embarrassed, looking at Riedel and Rian with his red but kind, childish eyes. The boy, of course, sat down with Rian and Riedel, after which they, having met, asked each other about what they would play, what games they liked, and whether they would play with a ball. Sometime after Riedel, Rian and Cahill got to know each other better and became closer. While little Cahill was learning to write, his father came up and admitted that the Ruav and Santella families could not be friends. According to Demi and Ruav, their families work equally for the good of the kingdom, but they are each other's enemies. It seems that Cahill did not understand the words of his father, who was actually telling the truth. He did not understand why they should not be friends, although they have the same social status and they have never quarreled. Damien Ruav looked at his son and, most likely, was also saddened by this situation. He looked at him sadly, saying that he didn't want him to get hurt by them by simply trusting another family. Placing his hand on his son's shoulder, Demian sadly advised Cahill to remember his words, and he should be especially careful with Duke Leonardo Santella. The little boy, who just wanted to be friends and enjoy fun with other children, at that moment looked at his dad and did not understand his words, because he was still too young and stupid. But, having taken the place of his father, and learned how families actually interact with each other and what their relationship is, Cahill realized that his communication with the Santella family had to be completely different. Cahill remembers the events that happened earlier when he appeared at Santella Castle and called Riedel by name. Hearing a familiar voice, Riedel instantly turned back, truly surprised by the presence in her mansion of a familiar person whom she had not seen for a long time. Riedel decided to joyfully run up to Cahill, who appeared at her house, asking him if he had come to talk to her like in the good old days, when they were still strong friends. But the Duke of Ruav was not going to greet his old friend nicely. He seriously said that he had come to talk with her about her childhood, and he was wondering why she did this to him. The words of Duke Ruav dawned on the fair-haired girl. Goosebumps seemed to run through her, from which she became frightened in an instant, surprised that Cahill knew about everything. The Duke said that he knew that she had acquired the famous atelier and had gotten her hands on all the latest dress designs. Recalling what beautiful dresses were in that atelier, Cahill even mentioned that, in addition, this workshop supplies clothes to his palace, and this is a direct insult to the royal family. Trying to play in front of Cahill as a girl who is not worth any insidious plans and is not trying to stop him, Riedel replied that she was shocked at how the main character could think about this, because she simply decided to pay for the outfits that she would buy in the future. Turning away from her interlocutor, Riedel explained her actions by saying that she was simply showing mercy, since recently the atelier had suffered huge losses due to those who ordered outfits and then did not pay for them. The girl also said that she was very unpleasant to hear this from her friend, Duke Ruava. However, Duke Cahill remained serious in his words and actions. He looked at Riedel with his angry gaze, telling her to stop joking immediately. The main character pierced his enemy with sharp eyes, while Riedel herself, like a real actress, was embarrassed by the accusations in her direction, as if she had nothing to do with this at all. Cahill warned that she would not be able to stand in the way of the Ruav family. To piss off the deceiver, Cahill began an alarming conversation with her about how long, in her opinion, she could deceive the queen with her pretty face and whether she, a member of the Santella family, had betrayed the trust of Her Majesty. Turning away from her, the main character of the manhwa said that everything was terribly sad for him. He knew Riedel since childhood as an ordinary kind lady, but now her actions make him think the opposite. In the end, the childhood friend turned away and walked away from Riedel, while she herself looked at him and remained silent, realizing that she could not play convincingly enough to deceive him. Outraged by Duke Ruawa's words, Riedel glared at him and angrily asked if he said anything about Her Majesty's trust. Riedel was very angry and infuriated by the fact that, in the opinion of Duke Cahill himself, submission to the Queen is trust in her, although, in the opinion of the girl herself, these are completely different things. Returning to the present, Cahill himself no longer noticed how the Marquis Rognac called him, not understanding why he was so deep in thought that he did not hear him. The main character actually looked down, looking somewhere at the floor. Looking at his colleague, Cahill said that he was just distracted a little, after which he asked to get back to business. The Duke is interested in how things are going with losses in the studio. Marquis Rognac replied that there were no significant losses so far. However, right now, the craftsmen are busy with a new order. They are working on the Queen's outfit for the New Year's ball. Rognac also admitted that he was concerned that Santella might threaten workers or try to ruin finished products, which could affect business. Based on this, the Marquis of Rognac politely asked the Duke of Ruava to take care of the security, to which he quickly agreed, because he could not refuse his colleague's help. Also, the main character, with a smile on his face, told the Marquis that he needed to secretly go to his estate, and he thought that it would be safer to make clothes this way. The Marquis tried to object to Cahill, but it did not work out because he interrupted him. Wanting to further strengthen his relationship with the Marquis, the Duke said with a smile that the Ruave mansion was the safest place to hide from Santella, and the reason for his help was quite compelling. Also, placing his hand on the shoulder of the surprised Rognac, the Duke of Cahill, being as close as possible to him, said that the doors of the Ruave castle are always open for Mr. Rognac. This made the Marquis immediately blush and feel shy, looking at the Duke with his stunned eyes. In fact, Marquis Rognac likes Cahill, but no one knows about it yet. At that moment, Rognac felt his heart about to jump out of his chest. Towards the end of their conversation and discussions of plans for the future, Cahill finally got into his carriage, preparing to go home. The coachman was already ordering the horses to move, while at this time Cahill was relaxing in the carriage itself. Sighing wearily, the main character was probably already thinking about returning home and resting at least for a minute, and maybe meeting the kind Rena. Remembering the events and conversations with the Marquis that took place earlier, the Duke could not throw away Rognac's words that the Santella family was increasingly trying to destroy their business. Scratching his head and not stopping to think about this whole situation, the Duke realized that Santella was not going to give in to him, and besides, this trip home would not be as easy as before. But the Duke does not dare to forget that he has Rena, a special girl who will definitely like the views of Chardin, that is, the place where he is going to go with her. Looking dreamily out the window and smiling in the moving carriage, Duke Cahill realizes that this time it might even be fun. After an hour of traveling by carriage from another kingdom to their own mansion, all the servants had already begun to carry out the instructions that the aristocrat had given them. One black-haired maid was carrying boxes of things, saying that all this needed to be put in the carriage for His Excellency. And the guard hurried everyone, saying that they needed to be more alive, because they were moving out soon. Rena, dressed in warm olive clothes, was also near the carriage and was preparing to ride with the Duke, until at that moment the maid called her, asking her to help her check His Excellency's things. In response to this, Rena quickly turned to her work colleague, saying with a smile that she would come over and do everything she asked of her. When absolutely all the necessary things were put into boxes and loaded into the carriage, the butler decided to remind Renee not to forget that she was traveling with His Excellency in order to serve him, and she should not forget about her duties. Happy and joyful from all the events, Rena calmly answered Ardo that she would under no circumstances forget about this, and would do everything that was required of her. Although Rena was happy, everything around was good and calm, the butler did not subside the thought that he was restless in his soul. This made him sigh sadly, not knowing what to do. Remembering how interested he looked at Rena when they bought winter clothes for her, the butler thinks that he hoped that the Duke would finally update his winter wardrobe after a long time, but instead, he bought everything for Rena. Ardo thinks that Cahill is too much interested in her. While Ardo was thinking that Rena might try to do something bad at some point, the girl herself said that she was a little worried because it was her first time going to Chardin. She talks about how you need to take care of the Duke's outerwear first. Ardo said that her thoughts were correct, but he also advised her to ensure that the Duke often applies cream to himself, because the air in that region is very dry. Rena resolutely replied that she would not forget about it. However, at this moment, Ardo was distracted by another voice, which said that he had recently become very worried. The butler immediately turned his head in the right direction. A smiling Cahill appeared in front of Rena and Ardo, dressed in dark furs and warm clothes. He still wore the kalia around his neck, which was also adorned with a brooch with a blue stone. Turning to the girl with a smile, Cahill asked young Rena if she was now worried about his condition, that is, money. The maid replied that this was not true at all, and she simply meant that for an ordinary maid all this might seem too expensive. However, to this, the Duke told Renee that she should get used to the fact that she should get everything she deserves. This made the girl think and look at the aristocrat with puzzlement. To explain his position to Renee, Cahill said that the Ruav family is one of the families of the defenders of the empire, and their duchy is practically like a country. So in the eyes of other people, he looks like a king, and Renee also cannot wear just anything. These words made Rena touch her chest again, silently surprised by her master's words. She is very grateful to him and therefore embarrassed. However, at the same moment, Rena realized that all this was not for her, but only to maintain the status of the Ruav family. So she thought about it, still saying thank you to the Duke. Immediately after this, the girl bowed low to the master, saying that she would serve him even better. This made Cahill just smile at her. Wanting to please the girl, the protagonist placed his hand on the grateful Rena's head, telling her that she had been doing quite well lately. Carefully watching the girl's reaction, Cahill silently hoped that the girl did not mind him touching her without permission. But Rena did not resist or be offended by the Duke. She allowed him to poke her head, while creating a quiet silence. In fact, Rena was glad that the Duke praised her again. She smiled sweetly and thought about the most beautiful thing in the world, because for her it is really very important. This is exactly what the main character noticed. Just a fleeting smile from Rena made the Duke again surprised by her beauty and emotions, without taking his eyes off her. He feels something awakening in his soul. Without trying to control his emotions, Cahill reached out to her not with one hand, but with two. It seems that he wanted to take her cheeks but quickly changed his mind, which surprised and confused Rena. It turns out that the Duke actually wanted to kiss her forehead again. This time he was closer to her, and the kiss was more affectionate and telling, which shocked the girl. This made Rena feel scared and embarrassed, leaning away from the aristocrat and shouting Cahill's name from the awkward situation. The girl realizes that they are becoming too close, both for a maid and a duke. But the main character reacted to everything absolutely calmly. He just looked at Rena and told her with displeasure that for some reason she didn't smile this time. The girl continued to be embarrassed by the situation, wondering why he praised her, because she didn't do anything like that. Rena decided that it was time for her to leave urgently, which she told the calm Cahill. However, Duke Ruav still tried to tell her something before leaving, but Rena did not hear him, even embarrassed to look up at him out of shame. She just once again bowed low and quickly to her master, hinting that she was grateful to him for everything, already planning to leave him alone out of her own embarrassment. Immediately after that, she left while the Duke just silently watched her beautiful dress and hair. On the one hand, he, of course, did not want her to leave, but he cannot keep her here by force. While Rena and Cahill were preparing to leave for Arden, in the Duchy of Santella, they were already discussing Cahill and especially his maid. At the desk sat the one who asked the servant whether that stranger was his maid. The subordinate replied that everything was exactly like that. In addition, Rihanna's servant said that she could certainly be his mistress if Cahill was going to give her clothes made of expensive fur. This greatly surprised Rian, and he asked his subordinate about this. Rian also told his reporter that Ruav is not so shameless as to make such connections, and on the contrary, he is closer to innocent angels. Leaning back in his chair, Rian said that he was very surprised by the fact that with his condition and pretty face, Cahill understands absolutely nothing about this, so he doesn't even believe in it. But at the same time, looking away with his blue eyes, Rian reflects that it is definitely strange that Cahill has acquired a close maid. Ryan wonders how she manages to be next to him every day and not succumb to his demonic power. Slamming his hand on a stack of papers, Rian exclaimed that in any case, they need to continue surveillance, and he doesn't know what's going on. But it seems to him that the girl is seriously not susceptible to demonic power. Ryan also ordered a servant to check the temples for the person who left monasticism of her age. After the servant said that he understood everything and left, Rian could only think about this whole situation with a smile, because that maid really interested him with her unique ability. Meanwhile, in another kingdom, something interesting was actually happening around Duke Ruava. There were a lot of decorations and beautiful fabrics in the room. Marquise Rognac told Cahill that they would now prepare such outfits. Cahill did not take his eyes off the blue and expensive fabric, telling his colleague that he was very impressed by it, although there was little emotion on his face, which was not surprising. Saying something to the Marquis, who had been standing behind him all this time, the Duke of Cahill emphasized that Her Majesty would definitely like this. In response to this, Rognac said that Madame Louise responded the same way yesterday, even promising to invest so that the quality would not decline. Hearing the word about the mysterious woman, the main character turned to the Marquis Rognac, as if he knew who Madame Louise really was. It turns out that the mysterious Madame Louise is the Queen herself, who has secretly visited another kingdom to check on how well Rognac's fashion business is going. Smiling at his interlocutor, the Marquis Rognac admitted that he was a little surprised that she turned out to be the same Madame Louise that he constantly heard about from everyone. Touching in his hand one element of an exquisite dress on a mannequin, the Marquis of Rognac also said that the Queen must have many secrets if she could come all the way and get all the way here. He says he admires such a woman. Also, the Marquis, remembering all the aristocrats and their images that he once saw, admitted that the aristocrats of Logos are very progressive people with distinctive features. But because of the young Mrs. Riedel, all the diversity in fashion collapsed. Shaking his head and looking at one of the chic outfits, the Marquis said that everyone has only their own inherent beauty. So why does everyone deify only one member of society? The Marquis says that he simply feels sorry for the Queen, because all she can do is watch everything that happens. Also, looking back at Cahill, Marquis said that on top of all this, Riedel Santella, as expected, is trying to destroy their fashion business. The main character thought deeply about this while his colleague continued to talk about how a person like Riedel, who has an angelic face and appearance, can do such disgusting things. Only after hearing this name, familiar from childhood, did Cahill plunge into his thoughts, recalling some events from his unforgettable and interesting childhood, where Riedel was also present. One clear day when they were still children, Rian and Riedel were playing in the garden, where there was a table with various objects and flowers. One sweet little girl with a sweet voice and long blonde hair said, "Hi," to another little boy. Little Riedel, together with her brother, who was holding yellow tulips in his hands, called Cahill to her, wanting to meet him and play some games. Cahill was glad that they were paying attention to him. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks, because he was a little embarrassed, looking at Riedel and Rian with his red but kind, childish eyes. The boy, of course, sat down with Rian and Riedel, after which they, having met, asked each other about what they would play, what games they liked, and whether they would play with a ball. Sometime after Riedel, Rian and Cahill got to know each other better and became closer. While little Cahill was learning to write, his father came up and admitted that the Ruave and Santella families could not be friends. According to Demian Ruave, their families work equally for the good of the kingdom, but they are each other's enemies. It seems that Cahill did not understand the words of his father, who was actually telling the truth. He did not understand why they should not be friends, although they have the same social status and they have never quarreled. Damian Ruave looked at his son and, most likely, was also saddened by this situation. He looked at him sadly, saying that he didn't want him to get hurt by them by simply trusting another family. Placing his hand on his son's shoulder, Demian sadly advised Cahill to remember his words, and he should be especially careful with Duke Leonardo Santella. The little boy, who just wanted to be friends and enjoy fun with other children, at that moment looked at his dad and did not understand his words, because he was still too young and stupid. But, having taken the place of his father, and learned how families actually interact with each other and what their relationship is, Cahel realized that his communication with the Santella family had to be completely different. Cahel remembers the events that happened earlier when he appeared at Santella Castle and called Riedel by name. Hearing a familiar voice, Riedel instantly turned back, truly surprised by the presence in her mansion of a familiar person whom she had not seen for a long time. Riedel decided to joyfully run up to Cahel, who appeared at her house, asking him if he had come to talk to her like in the good old days, when they were still strong friends. But the Duke of Ruav was not going to greet his old friend nicely. He seriously said that he had come to talk with her about her childhood, and he was wondering why she did this to him. The words of Duke Ruav dawned on the fair-haired girl. Goosebumps seemed to run through her, from which she became frightened in an instant, surprised that Cahel knew about everything. The Duke said that he knew that she had acquired the famous atelier and had gotten her hands on all the latest dress designs. Recalling what beautiful dresses were in that atelier, Cahel even mentioned that, in addition, this workshop supplies clothes to his palace, and this is a direct insult to the royal family. Trying to play in front of Cahel as a girl who is not worth any insidious plans and is not trying to stop him, Riedel replied that she was shocked at how the main character could think about this, because she simply decided to pay for the outfits that she would buy in the future. Turning away from her interlocutor, Riedel explained her actions by saying that she was simply showing mercy, since recently the atelier had suffered huge losses due to those who ordered outfits and then did not pay for them. The girl also said that she was very unpleasant to hear this from her friend, Duke Ruava. However, Duke Cahel remained serious in his words and actions. He looked at Riedel with his angry gaze, telling her to stop joking immediately. The main character pierced his enemy with sharp eyes, while Riedel herself, like a real actress, was embarrassed by the accusations in her direction, as if she had nothing to do with this at all. Cahel warned that she would not be able to stand in the way of the Ruav family. To piss off the deceiver, Cahel began an alarming conversation with her about how long, in her opinion, she could deceive the queen with her pretty face and whether she, a member of the Santella family, had betrayed the trust of Her Majesty. Turning away from her, the main character of the manhwa said that everything was terribly sad for him. He knew Riedel since childhood as an ordinary kind lady, but now her actions make him think the opposite. In the end, the childhood friend turned away and walked away from Riedel, while she herself looked at him and remained silent, realizing that she could not play convincingly enough to deceive him. Outraged by Duke Ruawa's words, Riedel glared at him and angrily asked if he said anything about Her Majesty's trust. Riedel was very angry and infuriated by the fact that, in the opinion of Duke Cahel himself, submission to the queen is trust in her, although, in the opinion of the girl herself, these are completely different things. Returning to the present, Cahel himself no longer noticed how the Marquis Rognac called him, not understanding why he was so deep in thought that he did not hear him. The main character actually looked down, looking somewhere at the floor. Looking at his colleague, Cahel said that he was just distracted a little, after which he asked to get back to business. The Duke is interested in how things are going with losses in the studio. Marquis Rognac replied that there were no significant losses so far. However, right now, the craftsmen are busy with a new order. They are working on the Queen's outfit for the New Year's ball. Rognac also admitted that he was concerned that Santella might threaten workers or try to ruin finished products, which could affect business. Based on this, the Marquis of Rognac politely asked the Duke of Ruava to take care of the security, to which he quickly agreed, because he could not refuse his colleague's help. Also, the main character, with a smile on his face, told the Marquis that he needed to secretly go to his estate, and he thought that it would be safer to make clothes this way. The Marquis tried to object to Cahel, but it did not work out because he interrupted him. Wanting to further strengthen his relationship with the Marquis, the Duke said with a smile that the Ruav mansion was the safest place to hide from Santella, and the reason for his help was quite compelling. Also, placing his hand on the shoulder of the surprised Rognac, the Duke of Cahel, being as close as possible to him, said that the doors of the Ruave castle are always open for Mr. Rognac. This made the Marquis immediately blush and feel shy, looking at the Duke with his stunned eyes. In fact, Marquis Rognac likes Cahel, but no one knows about it yet. At that moment, Rognac felt his heart about to jump out of his chest. Towards the end of their conversation and discussions of plans for the future, Cahel finally got into his carriage, preparing to go home. The coachman was already ordering the horses to move, while at this time Cahel was relaxing in the carriage itself. Sighing wearily, the main character was probably already thinking about returning home and resting at least for a minute, and maybe meeting the kind Rena. Remembering the events and conversations with the Marquis that took place earlier, the Duke could not throw away Rognac's words that the Santella family was increasingly trying to destroy their business. Scratching his head and not stopping to think about this whole situation, the Duke realized that Santella was not going to give in to him, and besides, this trip home would not be as easy as before. But the Duke does not dare to forget that he has Rena, a special girl who will definitely like the views of Chardin, that is, the place where he is going to go with her. Looking dreamily out the window and smiling in the moving carriage, Duke Cahel realizes that this time it might even be fun. After an hour of traveling by carriage from another kingdom to their own mansion, all the servants had already begun to carry out the instructions that the aristocrat had given them. One black-haired maid was carrying boxes of things, saying that all this needed to be put in the carriage for His Excellency. And the guard hurried everyone, saying that they needed to be more alive, because they were moving out soon. Rena, dressed in warm olive clothes, was also near the carriage and was preparing to ride with the Duke, until at that moment the maid called her, asking her to help her check His Excellency's things. In response to this, Rena quickly turned to her work colleague, saying with a smile that she would come over and do everything she asked of her. When absolutely all the necessary things were put into boxes and loaded into the carriage, the butler decided to remind Renee not to forget that she was traveling with His Excellency in order to serve him, and she should not forget about her duties. Happy and joyful from all the events, Rena calmly answered Ardo that she would under no circumstances forget about this, and would do everything that was required of her. Although Rena was happy, everything around was good and calm, the butler did not subside the thought that he was restless in his soul. This made him sigh sadly, not knowing what to do. Remembering how interested he looked at Rena when they bought winter clothes for her, the butler thinks that he hoped that the Duke would finally update his winter wardrobe after a long time, but instead, he bought everything for Rena. Ardo thinks that Cahel is too much interested in her. While Ardo was thinking that Rena might try to do something bad at some point, the girl herself said that she was a little worried because it was her first time going to Chardin. She talks about how you need to take care of the Duke's outerwear first. Ardo said that her thoughts were correct, but he also advised her to ensure that the Duke often applies cream to himself, because the air in that region is very dry. Rena resolutely replied that she would not forget about it. However, at this moment, Ardo was distracted by another voice, which said that he had recently become very worried. The butler immediately turned his head in the right direction. A smiling Cahel appeared in front of Rena and Ardo, dressed in dark furs and warm clothes. He still wore the kalia around his neck, which was also adorned with a brooch with a blue stone.